Chairman, before we can actually start with our progress of the day, I will just ask that we have someone to invite the Lord so that we can be guided and be able to think and strategize according to the God's will. So we're requesting the Shodi to lead us with a prayer and then take it from there. Over to you, Kenan.
Thank you. Before I pray, I was thinking yesterday to say we are going to attend to this meeting. Are we, because when we were sitting with you in the office, you indicated that there has been previous meetings that were held and forum. And I was thinking of, I wanted to read that because I'm not a pastor. I wanted to read Nehemiah in the Bible, rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem. And I was like, are we going to rebuild what was built before? And is it going to be better than before, or are we going to do something better or more than what we did before in the previous state, Jerusalem? I don't want to say anything on that, but as you are seated, I just wanted you to think about the rebuilding of the walls of Jerusalem. Because while the people were rebuilding the walls of Jerusalem, there were criticism, the people were saying things. Some of them were like, I'm not going to do it anymore. I'm not doing that. So I'm just trying to say to you, while you're starting with this forum that you started with, or is it a forum or a meeting? I don't know what it is called. The purpose of the meeting will be indicated. But while you're starting with this, that you started with, where you are sitting, I want you to think of how are we going to rebuild what was built before. I mean, maybe before COVID, because it came with so many things. And I pray, take a distraction, you know what I was saying. Really, when you move, you have fun and when I am an Jehova, I don't want to work and to them and so because how deep you are our protector, you are our provider, you guide us in different ways. We do not and the matter. Young Kilias are sitting Kilato. When I umurena Wamarena was its Habelo Sarona Jehova. Umata Abona was Hepoyabona Mudumwa. You are merciful in so many ways. Udumaka and Hussein Kelly. They will have Jehova Copan and Erico. They will have Mudumaka when you don't know Jehova Copan and visualize so and the matter Mudumaka and how another was seen and Mudumaka guided it with a very different way. Mudumaka had a Copan. It's where you call and Mudumaka one that visualize so and the matter Mudumaka Jacka. Dila Malene about what is presented, Mudumaka Commission to go forth with this forum. And visualize so and matter Mudumaka Jacka leadership. And I was about to say if they matter a match, because when I talk about matter a match, as we are going to continue with the day. Thank you very much, Kenan, with the powerful prayer. Indeed, I also felt the presence of God. He will indeed give us and guide us through the whole day. Ladies and gentlemen, you all have the programs with you. You will see that the arrival and tea past that has been done. I'm formally now opening the session, and when we open it, before we can also be formally welcomed in at this place, we can just be free and start engaging. We also need to first do the round of introduction. We need to know who is here and in what capacity. Then we'll be able to go ahead. I will start. I'm with Joyce Nikwena, the Chief Prosecutor for the Dalcom Cluster. Thank you.
Morning, everybody. I'm Sello Matopo. I'm the Chief Prosecutor for Bloemfontein. Thank you.
Morning. I'm Advocate Roy Nadia. I'm the Senior Prosecutor for the Rural Division, Bloemfontein.
Morning, everybody. I'm Kenan Mzaki, the Provincial Commander Flash, that is Firearm Second Lance in Jamaica.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Brendan Museu, Provincial Commander for National Kickback in Free State.
Morning, everybody. I'm Advocate Lee Loots, Senior Prosecutor in Bloemfontein. At this stage, I'm attached to the corruption unit here at the Bloemfontein Court.
I'm Advocate Edwin Munyai, the Senior Prosecutor from Velcom. I am at the current moment also attached to the corruption unit.
Good morning. My name is Captain Benka from National Key Point Provincial Office in the Free State.
Morning. I'm Brigadier Kupega from Crime Intelligence in this province.
Morning, colleagues. I am Mandla Matonsi, Acting Regional Control Prosecutor from the Chaba Court.
Morning, colleagues. I'm John Tumpota, the Safety Manager in charge of sales.
Morning, colleagues. I'm CRO Kikide Salamani from Immigration Department of Bloemfontein.
Morning. My name is Tabang Mutoko. I'm from Malang Gangsters and Community Safety.
Morning, guys. I'm Kristen Shani from Community Safety. Morning, I am Vanessa Mabani from Community Gangster and CDC.
Can you please raise the voice? I can't hear you. Really.
I'm from
Morning, my name is Lelet Mamatu, Office of the CEO, CENTLEC.
Morning, I'm Captain Ramaswala from Bangawan District, Leo Trustee.
Good morning. My name is Leo. I'm a journalist from the Free State University.
Morning, colleagues. I'm a security senior investigator here.
I can start. Good morning, colleagues and leadership. My name is Malcolm Scott, CENTLEC CEO.
Good morning, colleagues. I'm Lieutenant Shweta. I'm from the Provincial Office, Second Office.
My name is Lieutenant Joseph. I'm the regional manager for HLDTS in the West Central Region.
Morning, everyone. I'm Eddie Goliath from Vodacom, Central Region.
Morning, colleagues. I'm Justice Mujaja, Executive Manager here at CENTLEC.
Good morning, colleagues. My name is Ntubade Nitino. I'm the Executive Manager, Compliance and Performance at CENTLEC. Thank you.
Morning, I'm Justice Mabota, Provincial Security Manager, ESCOM Distribution, Free State.
Good morning. My name is Femi, General Manager for Revenue Protection.
Morning, Dennis Hayton from Transnet Investigation.
Morning, colleagues. George Smith from Transnet Crime Prevention.
Morning, colleagues. Martin Molakuti, Transnet Security Crime Prevention.
Thank you very much, everyone. At least now we know and we are well aware that these people that are all here, they are all relevant key stakeholders. So thank you very, very much. Before we also proceed calling on Mayor Sikobodo, I just want to indicate just for a few house rules. Number one is the attendance. My mistake is this the attendance register will be circulating. Please ensure that you have signed that attendance register and with all important details. Thank you. Number two, please let's just ensure that all our cell phones are on silent. And I know most of us here, we are all managers. Now and then we'll be getting calls from people that are working out there. Please ensure that you quietly go out and answer your cell phone without any disruption. And then number three, the restrooms. When you go out here, you will see for ladies, when you just go out, you will directly meet the door leading to the ladies' restrooms. And for the gentlemen, you go out and then you turn left. That's where the restrooms are. Thank you very, very much. And lastly, as and when we proceed with the program of the day and you want to raise something or you give any input, please ensure you also repeat your name and your office for the minutes purposes. Someone who's taking down the minutes, we must also be in a position to properly reflect the minutes and the person that's saying whatever that he or she is saying. I think everything is in order. Is that fine so far? Thank you very, very much. Let's now proceed with the program of today. We need to feel more comfortable and be able to start doing the work. The welcoming and opening address by Mr. N.S. Stakeholder. Thank you very much. Over to you.
Thank you very much. I didn't prepare the notes. But thank you very much, Advocate. Thank you very much, Dr. Matrogo, for listening to us. And we welcome you all in this institution. Colleagues, as you all know, let me acknowledge all the stakeholders that are here. Our colleagues from Telkom, Transnet, and the community forums that we are working with, which is anti-gangsterism, Botshabelo crime fighters, as well as the equality here in Bloemfontein. And the other partners that we are working with, CPF, you all know Langewoven Park, CPF, and AfriForum. They were invited, but they are pressed with other issues as well. Let me acknowledge you all and appreciate your presence. As you all know, CENTLEC has about 179 customers around where we used to be, from Mangaumbu, Botshabelo, part of Tabantu. We used to service Mantopa, but we are no longer servicing Mantopa, so we are servicing also Mokare and Kopani. So those are our responsibilities within the metro that we are servicing. And most of our challenges are the same in terms of that. So, I wanted to go to the gist of why we are here. As CENTLEC in the country, copper theft, vandalism of critical infrastructure is a national crisis, and we are not immune to it. We are suffering it almost on a daily basis, if not a week. So part of our problem and the challenges that we have, we see it more often in terms of affecting our businesses, our customers, because there is a syndicate that is operating within our area of supply. As CENTLEC, if you can go back 3-year statistics, and that's where part of the consultative approach and assistance from NPA will be unfolding as we go along. One of our challenges that we had, and we are still facing it now, in 2019-20, we have opened almost 56 cases of copper theft, vandalism of infrastructure. Those cases are not finalized as yet. in 2020-21, we've got almost 40 cases which are not finalized yet. We have seen incremental in terms of those numbers, because to 2021-2022 cases that we have experienced is about 100. And out of that 100, only 3 that is finalized, others are not finalized. So you can see we are still having those challenges where we need to join hands with the NPA, especially our challenges come from the IOs, the investigation officers from the police stations, because they misinterpret the Criminal Amendment Act in terms of how we deal with this critical infrastructure damages. So those are the challenges that we are facing on a daily basis as an institution. And of course, it also has an impact in terms of our revenue, because if you look at what we have lost, amongst other things, in terms of revenue as an institution, we have lost almost 187 million in terms of all this vandalism, cable theft, meter tampering, you can name it all. So it's really a burden to us, and we are saying let's resuscitate the forum that was there during the 2016-17. Well, it died with other things that happened in between the COVID and so forth. But we appreciate this engagement today to say let's engage, let's start what we have started before and move forward so that we save the country. We make sure that we have a stable economy within our area of supply, because this syndicate, what we have seen most of the time in terms of the arrest, it's about the foreigners. And I don't know, because maybe there is a gold here of copper, I don't know. But today, we are welcome to say let's join hands together to fight this national crisis, which is really impacting in terms of our economy, our jobs, and other things that we can stimulate our industry. Thank you very much. You are welcome. Thank you.
Thank you very, very much, Stakeholder, for the warm welcoming remarks. We are now, I think, relaxed, and we also appreciate the fact that you already highlighted the challenges experienced by your department. And as we have all heard, the remarks from Mr. Stakeholder is that we need to now strengthen our stakeholder relations. So I think that's where we also need to focus on, like when Helen has opened to say we need to rebuild the walls of Jerusalem, now concerning now rebuilding the walls of Free State. Thank you very, very much. Let's move on. I think before we can hand over to Mr. Mahloko, I just need to get for minutes purposes formally the apologies made from the different departments. From my side, that Mr. Mahloko has indicated to me, we have Mr. Jane Bass from Agriculture, Miss Jane Bass from Agriculture, and then we also have, they're having their strategic meeting at the office. We also have the apology from Advocate Danny Pretorius from the Office of the Director of Public Prosecutions here in the Free State. They also have a meeting. Just want to find out any other apologies from your side, Mr. Mbota. Perhaps you have people that has accepted the apologies.
From my side, Advocate, I just want to confirm, because I phoned the brigadiers of the station. Kopanu, SAPS, is visiting officers are here. I was informed that they are on their way, Advocate. And then Malawi, also not present. I was also informed by the brigadier that they are on their way. And Pablo, present. Pablo is present. So we are in need of room break, Kopanu, as well as Malawi. So I was informed by the brigadiers that they are going to send it. So I don't know if any are volunteer for this.
Thank you. I see there's a hand.
Brigadier Mubega, standing for Provincial Head of Crime Intelligence, General Macheli.
Thank you very much.
Welcome also can be here, Balabea.
Thank you. You representing me?
No.
Okay. Thank you. Thank you. Any other apology?
Colonel, Ikas again. Ikas. DPCI? DPCI, the Hawks, they confirmed that they will be attending.
Okay. Well, this is all that we have received thus far, and others that will be joining us later, they will find us the visit fine. Thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, as we have just gathered here, we have just had our breakfast there, and still we don't know what's the main reason for us to gather here as different stakeholders. So I'm now calling upon Mr. Sello Matoko, the Chief Prosecutor for the Bloemfontein cluster, to give us the purpose of this gathering. Thank you very much. Over to you, Mr. Matoko.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and once again, good morning, everybody. I think the CEO has said it all. The CEO has said it all, but let me also reiterate that essential infrastructure crimes, you name your damage, your tampering. I've seen some very beautiful writings there in the kitchen, whatever. We should, there's no denial, it has reached such a stage that calls for all of us to come together as we did here today. To also, just pause a little bit, ask ourselves, what more should we do? What can we do jointly? How can we hold hands? What is there that we need to do? Colonel has correctly indicated around 2016, 2017, we had a forum that went by the name of #CopperTech_must_fall. And we had two very energetic, passionate, committed officials from the NPA that took the lead in this forum. Unfortunately, when you expose officials to this kind of projects, you are bound to somehow lose them. Unfortunately, we lost both of them at almost the same time, where they did resign because of some other passions that they had. And as an NPA, I must admit that we unfortunately at that stage could not replace them with equally capable officials. And that somehow led to the fall of the CopperTech_must_fall forum. We have had some concerns from stakeholders. I'm glad Mr. Goliath is here. Wherever I go, I was in Smithfield some time ago, and he just gathered and said, no, Ndate, we need to do something. We're not happy with the manner in which our cases are dealt with. And that talks to the efficiency of us as the NPA and SAPS handling these cases. So this meeting is all about how best can we enhance our efficiency, not just to be efficient, but also to look at how we expedite and prioritize these cases. The CEO talks about 100 cases where only 3 were finalized. We have to start asking ourselves questions. What's happening to the rest? Do we have the right people that are assigned to deal with these cases? Those are the kind of questions that we need to ask ourselves. Do we have the necessary skills? He talks about the IOs lacking knowledge of the Criminal Matters Amendment Act. What then do we do as stakeholders to capacitate, to enhance, to develop, to provide skills? And that is the reason why we have decided to come together and just strategize. And I am thankful to Colonel Lishodi and Ndati Nkota, who literally stormed in our offices and said, we're not getting out here before you give us a date. I said, no man, let's go and think about it. Ndati Nkota said, I go. Even he went to fetch me out of a meeting. We were at the meeting in the High Court, and he said, no, we are here at your office. That made the two of us to say, you know what, we need to come on board. We need to do something. Let's do this. So much gains were done at that time through this Copper Theft Must Fall team. Amongst others, I know the 2 clusters, because the NPA has only 2 clusters in the province. We have divided ourselves into 2 clusters. The other departments talk of 5 districts. We talk of 2 clusters. And the 2 clusters, it's only the 2 of us that unfortunately have to manage those. But at the time, we had in place copper theft coordinators from the 2 clusters. And I'm surprised that the 2 SPPs sitting here are saying we are assigned to corruption. They don't say we were recently reassigned to be a copper theft coordinators in the 2 clusters. We had in almost every district sub-cluster, we had dedicated prosecutors that were assigned to deal with the copper theft at the time. And we had some checklists in place. I know the investigating officers we assigned a checklist for them to make sure that by the time the doctor come to us with prosecutors, they are able to check and see what is still outstanding and whether they are done. You'll remember, Mr. Goliath, we even designed at that stage an impact statement that must be in the docket in all those cases, as to enable us to present this information to the court for the purpose of sentencing. We at a time have already designed or compiled a DPP circular that was to be circulated to all the prosecutors in terms of how those matters should be handled. And then we also have issues with regard to bail. We put in place how bail must be dealt with, what information must be put before the court so that we are able to oppose bails. It is indeed so, like the CEO is said. I think in 80% of the cases that we currently have on our court rolls, it's foreigners, it's people from outside. That is the kind of trend that we have seen. Now it is time for us as stakeholders. I'm happy that even crime intelligence is part of this because they play a major role in that regard. I'm happy to see that Home Affairs is here. What we have picked up, and I think Lip, you'll talk about it during your presentations, is that Home Affairs plays a key role in compiling us the necessary statements confirming the status and the positions of those accused. I think in this area of Smithfield, Bloemfontein, those doctors, they come up with that statement already. But we have the better part of the province where we don't have that kind of things. These are the things that we need to gather together and see how best we can do this. Now, coming out of this meeting, like Colonel says, she's not sure if this is a forum or a mere meeting or whatever. We decided on a consultative meeting precisely to elicit your views in terms of whether we need to resuscitate that forum. Now, coming out of the meeting, depending on the presentations that we will be hearing, we would want to propose that we have a small committee. Currently, it's only me, Tate Kota, Colonel Leshodi and Advocate Mukwena, who has created a smaller WhatsApp group where we communicate, but that was only for purpose of leading up to today's meeting, so that we need to put in place measures, and we need to very seriously think about the measures that we want to put in place. We need to put together a team today that will gather all these relevant measures I'm talking about and research on best practices. What other practices in other provinces have been put in place to deal with this kind of matters? We find ourselves in such a situation that we have to put in place extraordinary measures because this is serious. You can imagine, the other day Mr. Nkota showed me there was an incident here near Vista University. It affected the better part of the Mangawu. So this is no good. It calls on us to come up with extraordinary measures. We're looking at, perhaps we will talk about it later during the program once we have listened to the presentations. We need to come together in a form of an indaba, a 2-day indaba, where we can have all our principals together in one roof, even from our national office and whenever, where we can just digest and talk about these crimes. It's a serious crime. It's a national crisis. We are not alone. It's a national crisis. And we need to seriously look into the issue of training, dedicated capacity, and to look at the issue of training and the likes. So what we would want to propose moving forward later in the program is I'll expand on the vision and the views that we have, the four of us in terms of moving forward from here. But today we just consulting, we just want to get your views. How do you see us moving forward? And I'm happy really that you came in such numbers. Mr. Nkota was telling me yesterday, he phoned me to say that there are some people that are ahead of us. They already came yesterday for a meeting, thinking that the meeting was yesterday, only to find the meeting is today. So you can see that there's really eagerness to do something. Thank you very much for coming, and I hope and pray that we have a really robust kind of a meeting, discussions, free and just an open premise. Thank you very much. I think I tried my best to outline why we are here. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Mashoko. Ladies and gentlemen, at least now we are all aware what is actually the main reason for us to gather here today. And I'm glad, as indicated, we also, by way of engaging with one another, we will also look at strengthening this working relationship. And the NPA, as you have indicated, at least has been proactive. We already have a team running with this kind of cases, and correctly reflected even by CEO that this is a national outcry. And unfortunately for Free State, because the Free State is actually a pass-by province. All people from all different provinces, wherever they go, they have to pass Free State. So whatever offense that get committed from the other provinces, they also have to pass Free State, commit the very same offense, and also go to the next province. So that's the reason why we are also faced with this kind of challenge. And indeed, it's a national outcry. And as Free Staters, we have to, at least we now have the consultative meeting today. As Free Staters, we must really come up with measures and the extraordinary measures, as you've indicated in the demo, to ensure that we dealing with this kind of cases and ensure that they are speedily finalized in court. Because when we talk of finalization now, unfortunately, it only involves SARS and NPA to ensure that those cases, they are speedily finalized in court. And including our public members and other stakeholders. If we are not working together, we will not be in a position to reach this goal that we are aiming at. So we are pleading with you to say, as and when we interact, please start digesting and think of ways to contribute to ensure that we speedily finalizing this kind of cases. And we must make an impact to the society out there. You cannot just be able to meet here and talk about this all things, because what I know is there has been a lot of forums as indicated. But the challenge is it was just a talk show. We now need action, so that the community can start feeling the impact of this flora. Thank you very much, Mr. Mashoko. We are now at ease knowing what is it that is needed from us. Okay, thank you.
I just needed maybe to clarify. We are not here to replace or duplicate the Prof joints. I know there's a committee, there's a Prof joints that focuses on this. They look more into crime combating. This forum is about enhancing efficiency in the matters that are already court-going. So I spoke to Brigadier Huto to say, my brother, please, we're not taking away whatever you are doing. And he told me that he's actually, when he heard about this meeting, he was so excited. and we agreed that maybe anything that comes out of this we need to feed to that forum, because they also have to report to NAT joints up there, where all stakeholders are now part of on a national basis. So please, I needed to clarify this, because maybe there are some of you who are part and parcel of Prof joints. What do they call it? Provincial non-ferrous matters combat. So I needed to clarify that, so that maybe tomorrow you'll say, hey, I'm not attending that meeting anymore because there's now a new structure. No, we are not duplicating, we are not doing anything here. We just need to look at where there is an arrest. How best do we send the message out there that this is not tolerated anymore? Because it is through sentencing that we can also have a deterrent impact out there. I'm sorry, I thought I needed to clarify that. Thank you.
Thank you, Dr. Makoko. Ladies and gentlemen, we're now moving on to the second part of the program, that's our presentation. You will see, according to our program, we will first have the presentation from CENTLEC. But this presentation from CENTLEC, the program is slightly different with mine. Presentation from CENTLEC is divided into 3. Please listen carefully and be in a position to engage. Please also stick to the time allocated for the presentation. I'll also have to do it. And then as and when we have this presentation, you will see later towards the end we're going to have the open discussion. But this does not stop you from asking questions for clarity as and when they go through the presentation. But if you still can't ask questions, you can also just jot them down on the side and ensure that before we leave here, you have asked the question that clarity and you understand fully what is expected of you or of the presenter. I'm going to call upon the first presenter from CENTLEC, that is Mr. G. Nkota, and then we will have the presentation from Mr. Justice Mujaji. We will also have a presentation from Sefifo Mukwena. Is it Miss or Mr.? You'll have to, Mr. Sefifo Mukwena, please pardon with me. And then we're also going to have presentation from Mesheli Litino. Thank you very much. Let's start with Mr. Nkota. Over to you.
Thank you very much, Program Director. I'm Joyce Mukwena, Senior Prosecutor, the Dematuku. I'm the most happiest guy today, to be honest. I've been looking for this forum for quite some time, until I knocked at the CE's office to say, look, see, when we look at our trends, since this forum was stopped, it gives me sleepless night. From 2018, the theft rised up until today. So the only thing during that time that could stop that was the Constitution. So I'm just worried what is happening. Let me just go and knock at Dr. Matloko's office. And indeed, he will come. I take him out of the High Court. Dr. Matloko, give me a day. I want this forum to continue. I'm even prepared to host if it should be. And this is what is happening. Okay, coming to the presentation side of it, actually This is just to show that I was having sleepless nights. But the depth of the presentations, it's what the, as Advocate Joyce have indicated, that Demojaji, Mokwena, as well as Meshik. Now, I tried means during that time to check what is it that I can do in order to curb this type of vandalism and cable theft in my environment. But I can tell you, the only thing I can do is up to this far. We went as getting a service provider, a new one. We went as getting appointing armed response to keep us patrol. We went as getting the fraud deadline to get tip-offs, and then we were supported by the National Key Point Joint Planning Committee, and then as well as the SAPS, local SAPS, including State Security Agency, in assisting us with the security threat risk assessment. And then we also initiated cards so that we can be able to see the contractors as they are coming in. But however, as I did this, I can tell you, we arrest, but there was no prosecution. Second slide. Now, the relationship that we're having with other stakeholders, as you can see there, in Bloemfontein we depended on Brigadier Fortuani. At Park Road we depended at Brigadier Lentu, Karisano Colonel Francis, Mangaung Colonel Efefo, Nevel Serdeshudi, and Heidedal Colonel Pool. Because those were the most high spot identified areas. As you see them, your Bloemfontein, Shannon A, Flora, Vista, Meritin, Shannon A, Clover, Coronation. Second slide. Now, my slide ends here. Like I'm saying, that the bulk of the information is with the executives. I've just come with corrective measures, tried to put measures into place to limit this type of incidents not to happen, but we arrest, no prosecution. The reason for that, senior prosecutor, is because there is no the lack of successful prosecution as a result of proper cable identification. Let me explain that. When I arrived at court, the prosecutor asked me, how do you know that is CENTLEC cable? Then most of the cable that we find is removed from the cover. Now it becomes difficult for me to say this is a CENTLEC property. That is why it ends up being people are discharged. Secondly, we are going to court, we testify. After testifying, we say, no, it's fine, we are happy, we can go. When prosecution take over, we are not invited. So now, CE wants to know how far is the case. I don't know. Then I think the reason is maybe the prosecutors outside does not enforce the new Criminal Matters Amendment Act of essential infrastructure. Maybe if we can, because I heard that you mentioned it, to say the others got greener pasture, maybe the new ones that are in, we need to call it in visual, as you are saying, so that we can really educate them or verify them in terms of this new Criminal Matters Amendment. Because really the previous, they were hitting and it was quiet. But after 2018, it rise. Sure. Mama Sheila, I think you have already put me aside to try saying even 10. The last one is, we are working jointly with non-ferrous. We go to the scrappers. We identify the cables. Some of them are still in the cover, we can see. They belong to CENTLEC. The owner will be given a fine by SNPS. But now, last time when we talked about non-ferrous, they said I've got hundreds and hundreds of fines. I submitted to court, nothing is happening. So that's why now we need to come up with a committee so that we see how best can they assist in terms of prosecution. That's all I wanted to say. Like I indicated, the main presenters will now go into the depth and show how much is CENTLEC losing in terms of that. I was just putting the measures in place, but still we arrest prosecution door. Any question and clarification?
Here's the first one.
Okay.
Since I'm very concerned, I want to stand up.
as the provincial commander of National Key Point, regulating in accordance with the legislation. I don't know, maybe I'm in a line being cashed by amendments in the way. I want to check the forum of good relationship to prosecution from where the charges are formulated, CSC, so that we see, because I'm concerned about what we're presenting in our work sessions is what we receive from the key point, and then thereafter, the destruction that is caused to the installation and the loss yet not recovered. And what is going to be done between the prosecution and then the operational plan of the subs, because still the cases are outstanding, not yet finalized as per received report that I'm possessing as a regulator in the province. So, is it still from the CSC, the first information of crime being completed and then formulation of charges to the visible commander? Is it the correct one according to the Amendment Act, Criminal Matters Amendment Act? Because now, for instance, like charges like trespass, according to the Amendment Act and the CIPA, it's no longer trespass if you highlight there are some security limit crossing or close to the protection. So that's why I want to know what is going to happen in a financial year, in the past financial year, since this forum was created, concerning the outstanding cases, because the finalization of those cases in my possession as a regulator, I don't have them, and the distraction still remains there. I have to compile a report and feed back to the Office of the Minister of Safety and Security.
Okay, I want to answer, but I was
not
we gossip actually. I know what to do. We gossip. I know what to do. Waiving that gossip between the senior prosecutor and...
I want somebody to explain from that.
Okay. Then he doesn't want my answer.
For the reflection of the contents of the minute that I'm compiling, I want to reflect, this must be reflected there by someone as a stakeholder. For the Joint Training Committee, I'm a permanent stakeholder and a Secretariat of National Key Point. Now, I want someone to say something on that. When as per responsibility of National Key Point, I can see under your slot. I'm happy. I want to hear from that. We are assisting each other.
Can I request that we just park that question until the NPA presents?
Okay.
Because it's more about what is happening with those cases. Let's hear NPA present. What are they doing? What is their database like? And the successes and whatever that they have. And then we can then get back to this.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. Thank you. We moving forward, but just before we proceed to the second presenter, there's a request from our minute taker, Advocate Joy Nodier. Every presenter will please, just after your presentation, you email your presentation to Advocate Joy Nodier for minute purposes. Please jot down the email address. It's R Nodier, it's R N for Neni, A U D E, all small letters, at justice.gov.za. Let me repeat it.
Yes, you can.
We put it there. Oh, okay. Thank you. Let's move on to the second presenter now. We have packed up with the questions so far. We have a presentation from Mr. Justice Mujaji.
This.
It's vice versa. It's changed. Okay, thank you. Ms. Shaylee Liteno, thank you very much.
Thank you, Thank you, Program Director. Good morning, everyone. Thank you, Senior
the Chief Prosecutor.
Thank you so much, Ms. Gwena and Mewa Madiba. I'd like to thank the CEO for this gathering, and then I'd like to thank everyone who's sitting here, because as CENTLEC, we are bleeding inside because of this vandalism and the cable theft. So we are standing here to say, help us, wipe our tears. And then I'm going to take you through the presentation. I'm Mary Litino, Executive Manager, Compliance and Performance. And then the security is under the Directorate, which is Performance and Compliance, and other subdivisions. So go to the next slide. Before, I just want to tell the people about CENTLEC. It was established as municipal entity wholly owned by Mangaung. So Mangaung is our mother. They consider us as our stepchildren. We distribute electricity from various Southern Free State municipalities like Mangaung, Kopanong, Mohokare municipalities. We are not just distributing electricity as CENTLEC. We also take care of building some new distribution centers, but we are guided by the need. Where there is a need that we need to build, we build. We also maintain, we do maintenance. My colleagues will highlight the part of the maintenance. We just do, again, the network, like we deal with the vending and the billing under retail section. The entity has a total number of 179 customer base as we are sitting right now. The next slide. Colleagues, while you are seeing these hands, as CENTLEC, we don't want to deal on the impact. We just have to deal with before. We need the preparedness instead of the impact. They always said prevention is better than cure. The reason why we are sitting here, we want to prevent. As you see the handcuffs, we want these people to be arrested. We don't want to open cases and then they are just sitting there. When CE come and ask me, Melton, how far are with the cases? I don't want to show him the numbers of the case being open. For me, it's like it's an insult to him. I'm not doing what I'm supposed to do. I want to tell the CEO that all the people who are wasting your money and the money of the entity, they are arrested. That is an introduction of Compliance Security Division. Go to the next slide. Colleagues, we are being appointed from 2010 and declared as a national key point. I have the members here that are mainly monitoring me. We have been giving a number. They are sitting in front of this meeting. 013-440. And then we have the owner here, which is appointed per legislation, section 2, if I'm not mistaken, subsection 1B of the national key point, which is that is Komodo, the CEO. And the CEO has the authority to appoint the security manager, guided by the national key point. He's also having the authority to appoint the security guard. When I go through the slides, you'll see the structure of the security, which mainly appointed as a legislation by the CEO himself. Like I indicated from the previous slide, we distribute the electricity. It's our main vision. We need to sing it. If we don't do it, Mangaung will be dark. So CENTLEC CA responsibility is huge. We need to assist here, all of us. We have experienced a numerous attack from this Izinyok. In 2021-22 financial year, we are sitting at 100, like a CE alluded to previously. From the previous years, number of electricity that we have lost. Till date, we are sitting at 100% for this current year, which was ending at the 30th of June. But of that 100, I'll show next slide. Like in the Temputa was sitting here, we are struggling to identify the cable. Colonel Leshodi, you are the member of the non-ferrous. You call Bob Menelani now and then. Consultative, we select the Stakeholder, even though I'm not there. They give the report to me and I give it to CE. This vandalism, they use some weapon to cut it and they strip it out. When they go and sell it, it's a nice product, as you see it there. Buy a poly sheet, it's out. Buy a fluid sheet, so they can sell it. But when we are called as security, CENTLEC, we can't even identify, which makes it difficult for us to open the cases. But we can see it's our cable, because some of them, it's after the incident that's been opened, that maybe after Vista and then maybe Coronation. We know for the fact that this is our cable, but we can't identify. We need to arrest these people. So it also caused a major impact to the economy, not just only the local economy, even to our revenue, because after the impact, we replace the cable. Sometimes we replace today, in the afternoon, even though they are very smart and they can run, they steal it. So that money that we are using to repair, we can use it for other service delivery in Mangaung and the Southern Free State. We see so we need an assistant, we are crying. The next slide. The slide is there. We arrested 30 suspects, and then only 3 cases were finalized. Out of 3, it's only 1 that we can say we are proud. The suspect were given 18 months and then the fine of 5,000. But as CENTLEC, we find that it's lenient considering the impact. 5,000 vis-a-vis 189 millions that CE was talking about. It's next to nothing. We need help. We received the tip-off through the fraud hotline, which is another division of security. Some of the cases are still pending. Some are finalized without knowing, like in Katenkuta indicated. We don't know. The only thing that you know that we need to submit an evidence, but they don't call us. When you go and do the follow-ups, the cases are closed. It's a crime. The next slide. So out of that 100 cases that we opened this current financial year, 97 is still pending 3. When you measure 97 vis-a-vis 3, it's like there is nothing that has been done. So this is the security structure, which is indicated, it's appointed as per national key point regulation by the owner, which is the Stakeholder, the CEO of CENTLEC. He's supporting me, even though sometimes we don't sleep. And he doesn't sleep too, because sometimes at night he will send me WhatsApp or me, look, the damage. And after I have received the WhatsApp from him, for me it's like I can stand up and cry, because he's also crying, I know, inside. Hence I was saying he's bleeding inside. He doesn't know. And in the morning when I look in his face, he will say, Melton, look again. Barishapid. I don't know. We are here today. So security guards and the armed response, those are the men that are not sleeping day and night. They are patrolling the substations. I'm going to give you the next slide. Those ones that we mentioned that are critical as CENTLEC. We have 192 distribution centers and the substations. Out of this one, the DCs are 50. But the 50, these are the most favorable one. By water, they are stealing. The latest is the one of the Vista, which was happening on the 13, 17, 18 consecutively. And then if we can see the impact and the amount within that 3 days, it's a shocking amount. Next slide. You see these ones. These are the cases among others. We didn't take all of them. Remember, we spoke about 100. We have the date. For me, when I present to my CE, it's like a nice to have. I'm not proud. I'm disappointed to myself. It's the cable theft. It's a distribution center. it's the estimated cost. We normally say the estimated because that could be more. When you check on the transport, the fuel that is going to repair, it's another cost. We check the drivers. And even internal resources, the manpower that are working day and night, it's another money, CENTLEC, that has to pay. You get what I'm saying? Check the last one that I've just repaired, 14. It's recent. The 2 million that CENTLEC lost, it's a loss one time. And the next slide, we have the case numbers. So as CENTLEC, we have to be realistic. Like we said, we don't want to deal with the impact. We want to prevent first. Those are the stakeholders that we join hands together and say, help, let us fight this Izinyok. And then we have the joint hands with non-ferrous. Bokolonel Leshodi, they normally call us, and then on quarterly basis, they visit the scrapyard, they identify, they arrest, they open cases as well. And they also visit these bottle stores, the tavern, and check whether there is a meter tampering, and they also deal with that thing. Collaboration with CPF, this is the members of the community. Some of the members of the community, they join hands together to say, let us fight, because they are also affected. When the electricity is not there, the people who are sick, they are affected. The children are affected, they can't do their homework. You get what I'm saying? So those are the people who said, as a members of the committee, collaboration with Mangaung law enforcement, which is in our mandate. They also give us the tips. If they see the suspect, maybe something that is suspicious, they calling Tatenkuta, please come and help us. We see something that is not, okay. Thank you, Tati. Sorry. The same slide, go back. And then we have awareness through communication. We really thank the support of Ntatera Ditaba. They normally design even the posters. We are doing a lot here inside, but it's like it's a nice to have. They normally design the stickers that says, please help us to combat the theft. And it will be distributed all over, but they are still stealing. They can't even be shocked. Someone who's being electrocuted, dying, but they still go there and steal these people. So I mean, they are brave enough and they are smart. Regular armed response, I indicated this is the team of Ndate Skoboto and myself and Ndate Nkota participating in the joint JPC members. We really thank them because normally now what they establish, they said, Melisine, or whatever there is a cable theft, tell us. If we have something that we can advise, then we can sit down and advise during our quarterly meetings. So they give us some tips, and they even allocated Captain Hicks. Please, in terms of the crime, if you see that you are struggling for your armed response to arrest, call Captain Hicks directly to his cell phone so that he can assist with the arrest. Ntatenkota and the team will go and open the case. So we really appreciate their support as well. And then regular meeting with the SSA. After the impact, we normally call them and then say, come and assist with the risk assessment. And through that report, maybe we do our own risk assessment, but it's better that you can send someone neutral that go and check maybe the loopholes, and you can give me the report, and then I can do the strategies based on that report. They do that, and then we do the mitigation strategies, and then we work on it. The next slide. Okay, sorry. This is previous. These are the current things that we are doing to combat theft. Those are the short-term plan. On the other side, that we said, okay, we can see this is what we are doing currently. How about we have another plans? We see the new technology. We see that the technology is improving. We are venturing to the new industrial revolution. So through the advice of the CEO, we said, no, let us improve the parameter fences, because now we see the police side is outdated. We venture to the brick substations now. And then we just finalized the other one right now, which is the Bloom Industrial. And then development of the drone technology. And this technology is very expensive, but it's working, colleagues. It will assist us to catch the thief because we can identify them where they are hiding, while we are far from them. The plus or minus expenses of this one is 89,000, but because of the importance of this technology, we opting to use it as a short-term plan. And then we installed a copper cable early warning system. That was the plan for the short-term replacement of the copper cable with the aluminum cable, and the bus, which is the new technology as well. And then we shy away from this copper cable. And the next slide. These are the damage that are caused by this izinyoka. You can see they are digging, they are cutting, they are burning. They are working. While we are working this side, they are working left and right. They are not sleeping. And then the next slide, it's Kwaggafontein, this one, the damage. And then this is the current one, the DC Vista Distribution Center. The damage was massive. It was 2 million. So we just wanted to highlight how CENTLEC is saying we are bleeding. We need the arrest. And so far, I say, I thank you. This is the last of my slide. I'm going to hand it over to my colleague Retail, which is going to take you through, which is more technical. Thank you so much.
Sorry, Madam Chair, I just need to, just one question. I know we're going to interrogate this a bit more later. The 97 cases that you are referring to that were opened, is that for the whole Free State or only Bloemfontein? Of which only 3 were finalized?
It's Botshabelo, Bloemfontein, and Tabanchu as well, the whole Free State.
The whole, including Welkom?
No, not Welkom. No. It's so only
the
Mangaung.
Only Mangaung.
Yes, municipality.
Okay.
Yes,
and those 97 cases, just to clarify what you said, you've got all those case numbers you
I
have
do
available?
That. I do.
Okay, thank you, ma'am. That's all I wanted.
Like I indicated, this slide is some. I think it's mainly for quarter 4. Okay. I do. I'll give it to you.
Thank you. Now we will interrogate that later, but thank you very much.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
Thank you, Program Director, Professor Matfuku, and CEO. Good morning.
Good morning.
My name is Bijumeno Moswene, and I'm presenting on behalf of Tate Sepanikoy from Retail. Retail is a directorate within CENTLEC that deals mainly with revenue protection, energy management, meter audits, disconnections, and reconnection. Another slide. CENTLEC is like any other entities or municipalities that distribute energy. We experience losses which are calculated as the difference between the units purchased from ESCOM and the units billed to consumers.
Sorry, I don't think people at the back they do hear you properly. If you can just raise your voice. Or are you in a position to hear her speaking?
At the back? I can't hear.
You can't hear her? Thank you. Will you please raise the voice, ma'am?
The losses consist of technical losses which occur during the distribution of energy, and non-technical losses, which is when people are tampering with our meters or they are illegally connecting to certain infrastructure. According to NERSA, the acceptable threshold for energy losses is 12%, and we as the entity, we must make sure that we are always below that 12%. In 2021 financial year, the distribution losses were 10.05%, which is below the 12% by NERSA. The non-technical losses, they amounted to 105,026,493 kilowatt hour units. In rent value was close to 122 million. And as for technical losses, it was 52,513,246 kilowatt units, which amounted to close to 61 million. Both of them, technical and non-technical losses, amounted to 183 million. That is what we experienced in the last financial year. We as CENTLEC, we have to make sure that we minimizes these losses. So we constantly do the meter audit or meter inspection. Where people are found to be tampered with the meters, we issue fines, and we also do the follow-ups to check if the fines were paid, because some of them, they will not pay the fines and they will reconnect. Where they connected themselves illegally, we remove the connection completely. And we also identify a hotspot within the municipality where we know that this area, they like tampering. We send our teams there to do the meter audit or the inspection. We also work with our communication office to make our customers aware that when you tamper with our meters, you are affecting our revenue as the entity. We have this both vending, but with the system that we have, we are able to see if we have both vendors on our network or not. And our short-term plan as the entity, we do the enhanced community forum, as I mentioned, that we work with our communication office to make our customers aware of the tampering or the illegal connection. We also do a deployment of automated metering infrastructure, which is AMI. We will do that in future. One of the challenges that we have as the entity is that most of our customers or clients that are tampering with our infrastructure, they are found to be indigent. And unfortunately, as the entity, we cannot recover that money. Last financial year, 711 fines that were issued. It was indigent. The amount was 7 million. And unfortunately, we cannot recover that money according to the council resolution. Because they are seen as the customers that cannot afford. These photos, they show what the customers are doing when they are tampering with the meter. They will be connecting before the meter at the back of the base plate. They do their direct connection. Connection taken before the meter at the back of the base plate, live to the load with piece of wire. That's how smart they are. But unfortunately for them, our team, they are able to see what they have done with the meters. This slide shows the risk that CENTLEC experiences with the tampering or the illegal connection, decline in revenue, high maintenance costs due to meter tampers and other electrical infrastructure, increased energy losses, and we have, as I indicated, we must make sure that we are below 12% as per the NASA guideline. And if we have high losses, we won't be able to provide a basic service to our community. We do have the mitigation. First is to align the bylaws, emphasis to implement the criminal matters amendment bill, make awareness campaign, as I indicated earlier, work with law enforcement as in the order as indicated in the mission. That is all from my side.
Thank you. Must have the last presentation from CENTLEC. Thank you.
Morning, colleagues.
Morning.
Let me reveal my greetings to the program director, the prosecutor, the CEO, and the colleagues at large. My name is Justice Mojaja, colleagues. I'm the executive manager in the engineering wires department, which performs one of the core services in CENTLEC. It's one of the services whereby almost everyone in Manawun, even the municipalities, immediately when there's a power failure, they call me. That is how critical the services that we perform under my department they are. But let me also express my appreciation in terms of the engagement that we are having today. That it gives me hope that we are challenging the status quo. The picture says it all. There's the children, he's studying, but he's being exposed to an undesirable environment or living environment. That is the impact of this copper theft that is taking on our infrastructure. This is the environment that we expose the well-being of our future children on, and also the community at large. Thank you, Trevor. This is the directorate overview that I'm heading, which is called the Engineering Wires Department. Colleagues, let me also maybe remind you or maybe further educate you in terms of the vision of CENTLEC. The vision of CENTLEC is to be the reliable electrical utility which enables the social and economic upliftment. The word reliable is very powerful. It's very powerful in a way that this copper theft incident, they are totally defeating that, which is our strategic intent, to be the reliable electrical utility. I just wanted maybe to remind you colleagues in terms of the vision of CENTLEC. That is how we embark and conduct our mandate through the divisions, which is the planning, the network operations and maintenance, and the system utilization and process engineering, whereby the divisions respectively are broken down into sections, which is the development section, the design, project management, and the NOM, network maintenance, the public lighting, which is our high mast lighting, the street lighting, infrastructure support service, support services, which are our cables, our transformers, and also the SUP, the network optimization, which is which deals with the protection of our infrastructure, the substations, the distribution centers, the primary plant maintenance, which maintains our substations, energy and network control, the network control, which is our eyes on our infrastructure on site, and also the communication of our infrastructure, and also the call center. We all know what the call center does. That is where we log our complaints, be it cable faults, everything, whatever complaints that the community relate to us or communicate to us. Thank you, Trevor. This slide demonstrates the impact of copper theft, which cuts across to CENTLEC, the businesses, and our community. Under CENTLEC, I've already mentioned the reliability of supply, part of it, whereby the theft, this theft incidents clearly impacts our strategic intent to supply a reliable energy to our communities, and also make it available at all times. The loss of revenue, the CEO and the colleagues have already highlighted to that. We are losing a lot of revenue because of this copper theft, be it load shedding. Because load shedding as well has got an impact. But now this copper theft, it is making a double impact, you know what I'm saying? Load shedding we are trying to maneuver around it, but this copper, as I said, if I can reiterate, the engagement today is bringing comfort and hope to me as well, and also to the colleagues as well, because I'm equally wounded as well. Going to the equipment damage, the theft damages our equipment, because the throttling of our equipment, whatever does happen to our equipment, it means we are damaging the life cycle of that equipment. Cost of replacement, we have to replace those equipment immediately when there are some theft incident that we have incurred. Also the reputational damage, it clearly dents and adversely so, dents our reputation at CENTLEC, because we are being perceived as non-performers or failures at the end of the day. But maybe the broader community, they might not know what the main challenges that CENTLECs are facing with. We are not being in a defensive position to say, you know what, we are not doing so much because of this, you know what I'm saying? But we also want to demonstrate and address and also educate the larger audience to say, these are some of the impacts that are derailing our strategic intent. Also, the increase in operational costs. The operational costs, colleagues, they are increasing quite a lot. As I'm saying, I talked about the double impact, and obviously, this theft is killing us in terms of the operational costs because we have to supplement in terms of restoring our power. The increased stakeholder confidence. Stakeholder confidence can be our customers. Their confidence is totally diminishes because we do not supply reliable power to them. And also the socio-economic upliftment. The township development, it's adversely impacted because businesses are closing. Our social well-being at the townships or at our homes are also adversely affected because of this copper theft that we experience. Be it the businesses, they lose revenue, they are forced to close shops. And what happens to that? What is the repercussions of that? There is unemployment. And also they experience high operational costs. Going to the community, increase in crime. When there is poor visibility at our homes or at our community, but it results into crime. The perpetrators takes advantage of that, you know what I'm saying? Because our HIMARS lights, our Apollo lights are not working, our street lights are not working, you know what I'm saying? Because a certain substation has been vandalized, you know what I'm saying? Or a certain HIMARS has been vandalized. Going to the health, some of our community members, let me say as in general, we depend on some other equipment that are also dependent on electricity. Oxygen ventilators, you know what I'm saying? Therefore, we are putting the lives of our community at risk, you know what I'm saying? And by so saying that, if maybe that particular person cannot be afforded that opportunity to say, let me use my medical equipment, it means we are putting his or her life at risk. Going to the education part of it, with the slide, the beginning slide mentioned that we are compromising the learning environment of our children, and also the public unrest. You know, when basic services are not provided, you know what happens to the community. They are revolt, and there are unrest that happens. Next slide, the driver. This is the copper theft impact on our service delivery, on our day-to-day objectives, on the day-to-day activities that we embark on. Projects not completed on budget and schedule. That is one of the impacts that we experience. The IDD target, which is the municipality target. You know, this is the integrated development plan targets, whereby our electrification and public lighting projects, they really taken off. Because during our electrification of houses, we experience theft, whereby we have to replace equipment or material that is being stolen. Therefore, the target sometimes is not realized because of this kind of incidents. Colleagues, this is just a tabulated format just to make you privy in terms of the locations, the description of the incident, and also the replacement cost and the development that we experienced this is the list that we experienced with 1920 to 2021 financial year, whereby at Vista DC there was the restoration of the distribution center. The restoration was because the DC was vandalized. Therefore, these are the costs that we incurred in terms of restoring that particular facility. I won't go to them line by item. It's just a tabulated presentation to show you and just to demonstrate to you that we indeed have captured those events. Next slide, Trevor. Still on service delivery, as I've alluded to, this is the total cost that the institution incurred in terms of maybe restoring those facilities back to normal, which is 51.7 million, 51.8 million. That was incurred. Next slide, Trevor. The copper theft impact on infrastructure, be it our substations, our cables, you know what I'm saying, whereby the impact is we experience prolonged power failures. We don't restore power within the required or within the prescripts. as outlined by the NRS 047, the NERSA. You cannot say no, we are licensed under the NERSA, which is the electricity regulator. Therefore, we experience prolonged power failures, whereby we also experience extra hours in, that result in power failure restoration. We also experience maintenance backlog, because remember, we therefore end up being reactive and defer our planned maintenance. You know what I'm saying? Therefore, that results into a maintenance backlog. Therefore, and also the refurbishment backlog, the funds that have been allocated to the refurbishment of our infrastructure, they are therefore redirected to replace equipment or material that is being stolen. Therefore, by virtue of that, that causes a backlog. And also extra resources in terms of personnel and finances. There's a high amount of overtime that the institution is experiencing because of the theft that is happening. Next slide, Trevor. Also, on the impact of infrastructure, that's the tabulated list of distribution centers and also the substations whereby we experienced the vandalism. Those are the periods where the vandalism happened, and these are the estimated cost. The total repair cost at those substations and DCs amounted to 1.7 million under that period that we have reviewed there. The copper theft impact on our cables and transformers, colleagues. The slide just demonstrates the incidents, the locations that those incidents occurred, the period, and also the size of the transformers, the material and the labor cost to replace those transformers, which were finalized and which were exposed to theft. Then the total replacement cost for the transformers that we incurred is 781,000. Next slide, Trevor. Thank you, colleagues. This is the impact on the cables. Previous slide is on the transformers. This is on the cables. These are the types of cables that we have and that we lost, and those are the total length that were replaced due to theft, and that is the cost per meter and the total cost. Whereby the total cost for cables under the financial year under review, which is the 21-22, which is the last financial year, this is the amount that we incurred in terms of the cable replacement, 1.2 million. And also going down, same as the cable, these are the joints, in terms of the material, that the joints that we had to do. And these are the costs that we incurred in order to replace those cable joints. And then the total cost for that amounted to 1.1 million. Next slide, Trevor. Thank you, colleagues. This slide demonstrates the total cost of the replacement cost and the repair cost that the entity incurred, which amounted to 56.6 million. Those are the collective amounts that I've already alluded to, but this is the reflection. This also, I know the CS also covered the revenue losses that we have lost, but this one is mostly on the infrastructure, the impact on the infrastructure. Yeah, the material, the labor, you know what I'm saying. This is the damage, you know what I'm saying. The colleagues have highlighted on the retail part of it, which is the losses on the sales, yes. But this is on the infrastructure. Thank you, colleagues. This is just the mitigating strategies that are in place. These are the current status. I know some of the points the colleagues have already alluded to. We are now, as a remedial solutions, we are ensuring that the correct cable bearing depths are also adhered to, so that the perpetrators shouldn't easily dig our cables. We ensure that the cable depths are adequate and as per the specifications. And also that the trenches are well compacted. The reinforcement of security patrol, which we are doing it in collaboration with the security department, as the colleagues have alluded to. The installations of cameras and intruder detection systems, which we are doing in collaboration with the Office of Consultative. and the strengthened cooperation with other stakeholders, the CPS, the CPF, the Denkota, and Melton has already alluded to that. The short-term plan, the use of tools to supplement the patrolling activities. Yes, I know the colleagues, but I think this one is just sort of a low-hanging fruit that we need to immediately maybe try to explore, you know what I'm saying? Because it's important so that we can see ways on how we can supplement our patrolling activities. The installation of underground cable detection devices, those are the systems that we plan to put on our infrastructure to safeguard our equipment, and also enhance community forums and awareness campaigns so that at least we get firm and aggressive in terms of doing community forums so that we can educate our community, adequately educate them in terms of the predicaments and in terms of how we need to combat and address the status quo. And also the copper replaceable solutions, that whereby some installations, whereby maybe we can substitute the copper installations, be it aluminium, where need be, so that we can also maybe consider that as well. Next slide, driver. Okay, thank you very much, colleagues. And the next slides are just the graphical, the pictorial evidence of those incidents that are captured on site. You can see the cable is stolen and being cut. There is a saw. The perpetrators have even left it on scene. There is the skinning. We call it the cable skinning. Those are the the remains. Next slide, Trevor. These are the transformers. They hit our transformer. They want the copper windings. The transformer was been there. There's the transformer. You see it's now empty. They've done, the pressure operators have done their work. Yeah, and thank you very much, colleagues.
Thank you very much to all presenters from CENTLEC. I'm just shocked from where I'm sitting. There's a question there at the back.
Yeah, the direct switch was on and off for load shedding. I want to meet you, please.
I'm in trouble. That is duly noted.
Thank you. I'm sure you are also shocked like I am here to just listen to the presentation. And basically we've just heard of the negative impact that this kind of offenses has on CENTLEC. That's one. So wherever you are seated, I think you're still now strategizing, trying to come up with a plan of action. What is it that we can do to ensure that at least we rebut this kind of offenses? We are now done with presentation from CENTLEC. We're moving on to presentation by ESCOM. ESCOM, is it represented here? Yes. Oh, okay. Over to you, Mr. Paul. Okay. So, thank you. Just before you start, sir, there's just a request that people have been sitting for quite a long time. It's just requesting 5 minutes body break. Strictly 5 minutes body break. It's now 11:20. We come back 11:25. Coming back 11:25, the extended that are still drinking their tea there. Let's get in, colleagues. Let's get in, colleagues. Thank you. Let's get that presentation now from ESCOM by Mr. Paul Matiba. Thank you. Over to you, sir.
Good morning. Program Director. I'm Justice Mabota, Provincial Security Manager ESCOM Division. My structure in ESCOM is we are operating with 5 resources for the whole province. In the distribution division, we have about 256 substations across the province, and we operating with more than lines of about 3,000 kilometers of line. So the area is very scattered with limited resources we have, but we are just doing the best we can do with the resources we have. We are augmented by the private security companies that are also providing service in our substation mostly and in our offices, but they are not covering all our substations and our lines. So our assets are being vulnerable for possible theft and vandalism. For this financial year, I will only concentrate on this financial year. Our crime stats for Free State, in terms of the whole province, we have registered case with subs about 88 cases from April up until now. 88 cases, and then the cases that we have arrest on due to operations that we have with subs and also our action from our security side. We having only cases that are in court. There are about 2, 4, 5 cases, and then the most hotspot areas that we have in the province is in Welkom and Kroonstad, whereby in Kabong, Welkom, we have about a substation which was funded by Department of Energy to build a substation to provide the community in Thabo North with electricity for electrification. That substation was vandalized. The criminals, they are very dangerous because they came with firearms, with quantum, white, and then they attack our security guards that are working in the substation, and then security managed to press the panic button and summon the subs and our crime prevention vehicles to attend the incident. There was shooting amongst the security and the criminals, but fortunately no one injured. But the cost of damage that they've made in that substation. We have the MVA transformers that are big, which was vandalized. It now costs more than 4 million, and the transformer is not manufactured from the country. They need to import it, so which means it will have a very dire consequence for the electrification of those communities that we're supposed to electrify, which is the project is stand still, and then we will have to take about 6 months to get the new transformer, and it's not manufactured in the country, which is costing a lot of money and delay in terms of our project. And then we do have the other major incident in Kronstadt, whereby they are stealing our overhead copper cables, which is running about 25 kilometers and stretch, because we cannot patrol it, all of it, and then it is a very high risk. So there, with the cost of replacement and manpower and everything, we are looking at about 8 million loss so far. But even now, they are still, even last night I received another call that they have stolen another 2 span of copper cable, which is a problem for us. It's the cost was about 8 million, but now which means it will escalate. Then, yeah, these are the challenges that we have, and these are the only cases that we are having in court. Out of 88 incidents that happened in ESCOM, we have only 5 arrests that happened that we are only dealing with. Thank you very much. If there's any question.
Thank you. Mabuta. Thank you very much. That's the presentation from ESCOM. They also have the same negative impact like CENTLEC, and I suppose it's also the same with other presenters as well. Let's now move to the presentation by Telkom. Mr. Pierre van It's not here. Okay, thank you. Vodacom. Is Vodacom presented? Thank you. Over to Mr. Golia. Thank you very much.
The CEO, thank you for allowing us to come here and ask and the judiciary, thank you, and the NVA. I know me and Chief Prosecutor, when we met and when we meet, we speak. I normally not keep quiet because it's like Gerald said, we don't sleep. And sometimes it's not about the losses of Vodacom. They don't make me sleep. It's the pain that people are suffering out there. Because without communication, the country is going down. Our CENTLEC, who are giving us power, we need our batteries. And our batteries are expensive, also imported. We had a lot of training in the past. I know I will touch it again on my presentation. And as you know, it went well with the prosecutors. It really was a good thing, because the prosecutors started to understand why we need to impose all of the, say, more harsher crimes, or push for more harsher crimes on essential infrastructure. Thank you. I going to keep it short. Those are cases where there's arrests be made and the successes were like warden, 7 years imprisonment. And I'm going to come and address this matter of the lenient sentence. I call it lenient sentences because the act itself say 15 years. Yeah. And then you talk to the prosecutors and they say, no, there's no such a thing. Then I really travel around to court with the act and to show them this is what the act states. And some of them were like, tell me, okay, email it to me. And I do, because I can't keep that information. I share it with them because some of them don't know. Really, they don't know. And I cannot blame them. And as far as I go, I try to teach them because this is my job. I want to know it and I know it. People are being fined 3,000 rand. Essential infrastructure. Corrupt. And yeah, this is now the three that I'm just showing quickly what the fines or the sentences were. Then my problem, Bethlehem, case goes to court. And then the director say the case, the docket never came back to him. I go to the prosecutor say, no, nothing was sent to regional court. And that's where he vanishes. Then my question is, what happened to the docket? There are people in prison. Those people are surveyed. They are just vanishing there and waiting for their case to come up. But the docket is gone. And at the end of the day, they were released. So, I'm now addressing the NPA here because I'm coming to the police. I normally address on the why would a docket stay at court for 3 to 4 weeks and not go back to the police station? Because I go with the investigating officer. We say, where is the docket? No, we will send it down to. We will send it back, but it's gone at court. When I spoke to the investigator again this morning from Bloemfontein. The prosecutor twice did not pitch up for court. Not calling in sick, no nothing. He just decided, I am not going to work. And the case is going on. Removed from the road. Yeah. Now my question was, how do we get to that? Poor Sergeant Saulala, he is in welcome today to try and get this case back on the road because we really need to address this matter. But and then I asked him, I did not want to charge the prosecutor for not coming to work. Just me. No, let's stay out of that. The next one, please. Okay, yeah. Again, this is, and it postponed cases for so many times. You go to court and it's a day just wasted. Because and sometimes then I like I said I keep talking a lot. I engage with the prosecutors and the investigating officers. I say to them, what are you gonna do? No, the lawyer is not here. But that's not my problem. You must do something. If the lawyer is not here, we must proceed with the case. But it's been postponed and postponed for until I don't know where. I don't know. Last month, the guy goes on leave, on sick leave. The doctor doesn't go to court. Now I call him. Who in your office can take the docket to court? No, I'll see when I come back. Then he comes back and he tells me the docket was withdrawn against 2 of the guys and removed from the road. Now, how can This is a police officer that is supposed to know his job. The docket must be in court in time. I know it. He knows it. But it's not happening. His colleague said to me, he did not give me the docket. But there's a commander who must make sure. I mean, I used to be in the police. I know your dockets must be there. They go to court. It's not one person taking every day a docket to court. There is a register. They sign for the dockets, and that's a daily thing. But then the docket is not here, or it's not being taken to court. Then this is okay. Enough with our cases. Now my challenges: withdrawal of cases. A case is being withdrawn because there's no third-party information. Then I ask, what is the third-party information? Forensics did not send the DNA that was found on the scene. I'm the complainant here. It affects me as a complainant. Why doesn't they address it with subs? That's forensics doesn't work for Vodacom. They work for subs. And they must address it. The criminal justice system must address that problem. Bail being given to those guys. I know you spoke about bail, my good sir. And I took out that part out of the act. Yes, we can't keep people unnecessarily in jail. But bail for this act, the infrastructure act, we can't just willy-nilly give people bail. And then 95% of those people that we arrest are foreigners. You mentioned this. 95%. I know, I'm going to quote a lot. And they get bail. And they're gone. They never come back. They're gone. Why do we still give them bail? Our prosecutors, I asked them, are you going to oppose? He said, yeah, we'll see, but what? That's what the act says. If they really can, and I'm going to get to my way forward, if they can just focus on, those people cannot get bail, they are foreigners, and yes, we are working with Home Affairs. They help us a lot. Yeah, they help us a lot. Yes. But the problem, they have a serious problem. Yes. They cannot, deport those people anymore. Those people are now legal in the country because they cannot deport them anymore. Even if they are illegal immigrants. They cannot, they are in trouble. I don't want to work for them. So, there was this case in Bloemfontein. This Bloemfontein case. I spoke to the prosecutor was like, nah, this is not going forward. And we argued, and we tried and spoke, and until he listened to us, because then I said, I'm moving you. Yeah. I said, we're gonna go higher, because there's not. And then one question to the magistrate: can we take you to the scene of crime? We asked her, can we take you there? She said, yes, let's go. We got there. She saw the damage, the devastation, and all of the problems that the people are struggling with. Us, and the community, and the police, and the security companies to get to the tower where they break in. And right there and then she looked them in the eye, and she looked at the prosecutor, and she said, you say there's no case to answer here. But okay, a guilty sentence, 15 years each. There were three, each one got 15 years per count. There were 2 counts, 15 years. They got 30 years, and she said, it's not running concurrent. That made me jump for joy. Because he didn't say 15 years and it will run concurrently. So they are in jail for 30 years. Because there's no concurrent sentence. And the prosecutor then decided he's taking the credit for it.
Because you went on side.
But this is, and we want the prosecutors to work with us. We don't want to buy them. We want them to look into the merit of the case. I mean, all the evidence was there. All we need for them is to look at the evidence and really assist us to get those guys out of circulation. Because you arrest him today and he goes out on bail on his way back to Olivenate Bosch, because that's where they come from. They stay there. There's a nest of foreigners there where they do whatever they want to. They break some more towers and they take some more batteries back home. The charge sheet, I've emailed it so many times to, and there are, I know some of the seniors helped me to really push some of the junior prosecutors with the charge sheet. They don't know. They say to me, no, we're going to put a charge sheet of theft. I said, no, can't. But I'm on my laptop, it's always there. Because I say, give me your email address, we're going to correct it right here, right now, before we start. Because they don't know what charge to put on the charge sheet. And it's a worry. It's really a worry. And if the prosecutors can be asked to push for the magistrates to go to the crime scene. You know, if I can take you people out here, right here to a Montaigne tower where they broke in, you just see the damage they caused. We have done everything. I'm not going to talk cost of how much we lost, but we've tried everything. We put it in epoxy and in chains and in a steel cabinet, those batteries. And they come in, it takes them 7 minutes to get those stuff out. 7 minutes. We have it on camera. The police go out. Sometimes the police, yes, we know there's a lot of other stuff happening. They are just too late to get there. But those guys take 7 minutes to break hardened. It's like in concrete. Epoxy is even harder than concrete. But they break it open in 7 minutes and they take their stuff and they leave. So all we need is for the prosecutors to, when we busy with the case, to say to the magistrate, let's go. That will show you the devastation we caused. The investigators, yeah. This is not a police forum. I'm not gonna talk, but the investigators, they don't even speak to the prosecutors. The prosecutors look for them. Where are the investigating officers? He's not even there to come and explain or to come and oppose bail. It's even them, the poor prosecutors. You see, it's not like I'm just now putting everything on the prosecutors. No, the investigating officers are not there to do their job and to tell the prosecutors, this is where we have to go. And then crime intelligence, where is there was someone who
just to be excused, he'll be back.
Good people. This is my fight, and it's now for years. Crime intelligence is nowhere when it comes to where the stuff is going, who's the real buyers of the stuff, and how come does it pass out of this country undetected? If our crime intelligence, I know, apartheid, I was a policeman in apartheid. I know we knew every single thing that we wanted to know. The people in the streets, we had informers in the streets. We knew what's happening. But right here, right now, this is, the country is in tatters. CENTLEC, ESCO, Vodacom, MTN, Telco,
TPN.
Yeah, Spoornet. All of us are in trouble. I spoke to someone, we never knew about this pipeline running with the petrol and stuff. We never knew about it. The foreigners, they know. Really, no, but it's true. You can say I'm what's the word? Xenophobic. I am not. It is the truth. They know where those pipelines runs, and they are stealing that stuff. Why are we keeping Oh, yeah, no, let's not say them. It's them. We arrest them every time. It's them. And the guys of correctional cells, they are not there. I said, just poison them in jail. Yeah. My last slide, the way forward. Again, we must go back to train the prosecutors and the investigating officers. We have to do that. And I spoke to Mr. Masoko, specialized prosecutors. If those cases are reported, let it be. If it's happening in Bloemfontein and Bentley or the small places, let someone, one prosecutor, let them bring it to him or her and let that person prosecute because they specialize in this act. Just like it, what we are asking the police, get investigators who know what they are dealing with. And that's our way out. Right here we cannot do it, but the only way we can stop copper and all of this stuff, close down all the scrap dealers, close them down. Let Vodacom and MTN or whoever deposit all of the stuff they don't need anymore into a pool where government can do whatever they want. If they can export it, yes, but we must not expect money back from government. We say, here's the stuff, no one can sell it, no one can come to a scrap dealer and say, I'm selling this and there's money to be made. Even Vodacom, we must give it, like put it there, tell government, do whatever you want to with it, but don't recirculate it in the country because it's going to cost us again. That's the only way we can kill this kind of crime.
Mr. Gordon, here's the question now.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Additionally, what we're going to discuss, like I have class, and then wait forward for the election. Like you say, I'm also started in '86. That's why I was checking. The same modus operandi that the perpetrators are using. They're using because nothing strong, strategical in planning for crime prevention is embarking in. Secondly, the preparation of docket and exhibit and everything from charge sheet from CSC before it reaches the court. If discrepancies and everything can be corrected there with the prosecutor before the docket is handed in court, so that the withdrawals and the forwards be stopped. Right?
Thank you.
Just on that. Yeah, just on that. The prosecutors write in the document what needs to be done. The investigating officer don't even look at it.
That's why I was saying the investigating officer, before approaching the prosecutor, must get the witnesses, the evidence, and all those things before the prosecutor writes. And then, so that the docket must not even go to court before it's correctly prepared. Then, of miso, withdraw to come.
Thank you. There's another hand. Yes, I've noticed you.
Mine is just to a little bit add in what Colette was saying. No, you remember we were having that consultative forum where we used to have meetings on monthly basis, where all dockets were printed and texts. And I think we should take that book again, because previously we did not invite Home Affairs. So I decided to invite Salman, so that, because Salman, we normally communicate when we have arrested these foreigners. 2 months ago, I arrested 5 Lesotho citizens. Now, they didn't have anything in possession to prosecute them. But I said, let's convert the charge to not having documentation to leave the country. I talked to Salman about it. Then he even advised the police officer. Let me tell you what happened. These guys were discharged.
Discharged?
Yes. Salman is my witness. I have 5 foreigners from Lesotho. No one was having any documentation. I think we still have their names. No one was having any documentation. Then, after consultation with Salman, I know he even says they normally attend the immigration courts on Fridays, if I recall. Then I said, oh, okay, look, this guy does not have anything, and we arrest him on the scene, but we don't have any exhibit. So the police investigating officer said, but you did not arrest him with anything. I said, let's convert this thing into illegally given Yep. But the guys were discharged chief prosecutor.
Okay, thank you. We have taken note. We have taken note. We are now aware. As NPA, also it's also something that we also have to look at in terms of our action plan. Yes, Ndate.
Yes, my point is this. I raised it when it was in Bizo, when the Minister Bekitelo was in Botswana. I raised it. I have a lot of proof against police and prosecutors, and I don't know who can I trust from now on, because we always give information. They always give those foreigners information because they work with them. Did you know there's a station commander who sells drugs? And again, let me tell you, I have a lot of information, and I can take you where the gun. You know, Abrahams.
From where?
Police Abrahams. They gave him my information. He came to me. I trusted him, but he told TRT. I have witnesses of intelligence. He told TRT not to go to. There's a guy who made this initiation schools. The leader of the. He told TRT was almost finished to attack him. Where they were going to find guns, whatever, stolen properties, but they stopped. He stopped those people not to go there.
We've got your point. We've got your point. We will also send the attendance register. When we adjourn here, just please meet with me and Mr. Maki. We'll just find a way to help you out. We have found, just get a gist of your concern. We'll try to.
Can I raise something before?
Yes.
That you can't deal with foreigners. We can't deal with foreigners while borders are open. They take trucks, these trucks, taxis, whatever. They pass through them to their countries. They come with trucks inside South Africa, guns. You see, no one is saying anything about that.
Don't reveal too much. I said to you, when we are done here, we'll get your details. We'll try on our side as prosecutors to help you so that you give out the information and that it will be attended to. Don't reveal too much, my brother. We're coming to you. I will not forget you. Don't worry. Yes, Nda.
Thank you. The third one, so that we correct for point of correction from immigration, and then the issue that the borders open, then we must not, the scriber must not, so that when we go to general, I still know from Alliance Act to Immigration Act 2003, the way of foreigners and diplomats and even refugees how to enter the border, so that we verify to the guy of Home Affairs, and then we'll then see that the amendment and what is now constantly in place to control the port of entry.
It's a part of action plan, everything, right? And even when Mr. Goliath was doing the presentation, he actually came out, if you have listened to his presentation, came out with a lot of action plan for for our point number 5.
Foreigners and refugees, how to enter. Permits that are valid until when, validity, lines of market.
Thank you. We will also have it as one of our action plans. Mr. Goya, thank you very much. Thank you very, very much for the presentation. You have also opened the eyes of the two chief prosecutors, mentioning those specific offices that you have indicated. We will also follow it up. We will also be grateful if we can have the cast numbers, the details of everything that you have just indicated, highlighted here, so that we can be able to follow it up on our side as well. because it's also unacceptable. Everything that you have just said in here, I understand the issue of training, yes. It's something that the team will also have to look into consideration. But then there are other unethical issues that you have indeed highlighted here, so we cannot really, as everyone sitting here, accept them as they are and just leave them like that. We need to attend to that. And I promise you that we will get to the bottom of everything that you have indicated and highlighted us. Thank you very much. From SAP side, everything that you have also indicated, I can also attest to that. There are a lot of challenges, yes, with regard to SAP as well and the investigations and their availability, because every time when you speak to prosecutors, they'll also complain about the unavailability of investigating officers for purposes of bail and even for trial purposes and even tracing of witnesses. So it's something that as NPA we are also aware of, and maybe it's also something that for our action plan we can also have something on that. Let's move on without wasting any time to get the presentation from MTN now. Is it represented here? Thank you, Mr. Raledela. Thank you very much. Over to you.
I just want to comment on that they said now we are putting a lot of pressure to our investigation teams to make sure that when they are taking, when they are dealing with the dockets, they make sure that they close all the loops. I'm sure that will bring a huge difference as well from Vodacom, because we are now we started working together with hand in hand with Vodacom and dealing with this whole project of the theft of batteries. We are also under siege with these guys, the Zimbabweans. There's a guy called Moyo that was arrested in Kimberley. He gets arrested this week, he gets bailed next week, next month he gets another, and now he's operating in Bloemfontein. There was an arrest that was made on the 18th of July. Those guys that were arrested are staying with the guy, they are working together as well. He was with them in Bloemfontein, but he was using another vehicle.
Is he out on bail?
Yes.
Not anymore.
No, Moyo is...
No, the same Moyo is got a case in Bloemfontein as well now.
Yeah, yeah.
He's now been arrested, he's in custody.
When was he arrested?
I don't know, but I'm sorry, I know, sorry. My wife is also a prosecutor and she's in court 3. And Mr. Mayo was supposed to appear in court last week and he wasn't there.
Yeah.
Because they said he's in custody in another matter. So the matter was remanded 23 August for him to be requisitioned. Now I don't know whether he's now been released on that other matter. So I just mentioned it. I know the name.
Yes. The same guy we're still looking for. When the 3 guys were arrested last week, they mentioned that they were also with Moyo here. So Moyo is Hanoslama. Yeah, so my responsibilities are easy, just to make sure that all the MTN towers, including Vodacom now, are safe and secure, to make sure that there are armed response companies that are attending to all the alarms. Where we don't have footprint, we are relying on SAPS. And really, I want to say, I don't know what changed this year, but SAPS, they are really on their feet. You will see in all these regions, central region is one with the less incidents, because SAPS, I only have one number that I know. When I call that number, all the SAPS will be moving Bloemfontein for the Kennedy show. Anytime I'll call her, and everyone is on board, everyone. Yeah, we are also having the meetings that we attended, temporary one, just to make sure that where we give our reports and the feedback, really we are getting all the assistance that we are looking for. They are even going extra mile. There are different groups that are open, Eastern Free State, Harib, Bloemfontein. Really on MTN sides, I really want to say, even all our cases, by the way, are up to date. We don't have any issues with the case. All our cases are up to date. Yeah. Then some of my responsibilities, proactive operations that we always do with Kenneth Shodi. Now we've been going around all the districts with her and all these other SAPS members. So, can go to the next slide. So this year, almost from January until July, these are the number of batteries, the battery that we had four, January 2, Feb, and then March there was nothing, 4 April, May 4, June 2, July 2, then copper theft it was only 1, 2, and 1 in March. Therefore, identify our feeder cables.
You're very lucky.
We don't sleep. Then the issue is the batteries. These batteries are being couriered by the courier companies. All these courier companies are couriering our batteries by the way. These guys will go to Eastern Cape, steal the batteries, and then courier them. If they are in Bloemfontein, they will courier them here in Bloemfontein to Devon. There's a guy that is buying the batteries from Devon, but they are being couriered. So the lead acid are the blue ones where in April we lost 16. The lithium ones are on high demand. We try to put the traders on all our batteries now, especially with the new ones that we are calling in. They have traders, but there's always a red in the bag. These guys, they will know where the tracking devices are, then they remove them. Actually what they do, they will go to the site today, read the alarm, remove the triggers and run away immediately. So they will know, maybe they will go to 3 or 4 sites. They will know either 1 or 2 sites won't be repaired or be fixed immediately. Then that night they will go and hit them. They take the batteries and go. We were lucky last week with Winberg, the incident of Winberg. The guys took the battery from Winberg on their way to Velcrom. They got arrested because the trading device was still active. So we are trying to close down on all these guys, but really the commitment of NPA, the commitment of SAPS is really doing wonders for us. I just want to mention that. Now these are the number of incidents. July we are now standing on 2 already now. We'll see what will happen. We're having another meeting tomorrow in Fixed regarding the 3 incidents that happened last week, where the guys hit the first tower in the same road when we go to main road when we go to Kwagwa. They hit another tower, the police ran after them, they left there, they went hit another one further, then the police went to them, changed them again, they went to the 3rd one as well. The same night. So in that case, Brigadier Ramola said we'll discuss that tomorrow to work on the action plan in case where the guys are there, they really want the batteries and they're not even running away or disappearing. They move from one tower to tower. So, yeah, so definitely I know we'll get the solution tomorrow. This is the Bloemfontein one and Kimberley. Yeah, is the team of Moyo where we are getting hit. The guys in Virginia and Fentersburg is the same team that was operating in Peter's Day. Yeah, Numbe and his team. I think the 1st of July we had an operation in Senegal. We based in Senegal, running the whole system. The first night we had a successful arrest, but the guys are back there. They are back. They are out on bail. That is the problem. Immediately when they are out on bail, we know we're gonna get hit. The same thing that has happened now that is happening in clearance. Since we arrested the guys, then the bishop was the apostle committed suicide, and the guy got bail, and they are starting to hit us again. So this is why we are getting hit, and the bail, yeah, that's what the effect of then they hit it. You can't sleep then. This is what I was talking about. You see, Northwest Rural eastern, northwest, there, that is where we are getting mostly hit. And unfortunately, we don't have the station commanders' numbers. It's working for us. If we have their numbers, call them directly, then all your problems are being solved. But all the stations, if you call them, you never get any, there's no police station number that's working there. Especially if they say 05 something, 018, that number is not working. Only the serial numbers of the station commanders are working. Locality between Eastern Free State, it has just started now because the guy got paid. The Velcom one also has started now. But if you see Bloemfontein 7, that is more your history. You know, once we arrest him, then you all go down. But so far, Central region, this is how it looks. It's perfect than all these other regions in South Africa due to the assistance that we are getting from SAPS and PA regarding the dockets. Thank you very much.
Senator, I see in your presentation you have the division of the Free State here. You have Free State, rural, and then you have Eastern Free State and...
Yeah, that's how we class that, because I'm doing the whole Free State, by the way. So there will be your Free States coming from this side, your Welcome, full start, going down to Eastern Free State, all your that's how. Hence, we joined all. We are changing all the districts. We have the district joint committee.
Oh.
It will address all the issues in the state.
Oh.
Yes.
Thank you, sir. I think there's a question before you sit down.
It's not a question.
Okay.
On the action plan.
Thank you.
I wanted this to be clear.
Okay.
The bail, when he says bail, the person, I'm long in subs before I became a regulator. Now, is it a bail whereby it was issued through SAP 496? You detain and release someone now, or a bail that has been done through application with the consultation of the arresting officer and the regulation 6 at the key point to hand over arresting procedure to local subs until court justice, so that we know exactly when we go to action. Then I will ask the question there. The bail surrounding the bail, because the bail through the prosecutor, it is through the application and the clerk and the arresting, the investigating officer. Now,
I don't think with regard to this kind of offences,
like he said,
there's no way that SAPS can be able to release.
I want to check the amendment.
Yes, there's also no way that prosecutors can also release people during after hours.
Okay.
So when we talk of bail here, we're talking of bail applications at court, in court.
Okay.
Yes. Thank you. We're now moving on again to now Mr. Dennis, presentation from Transnet. Thank you.
I will speak on his bill.
Oh, okay, all right.
Must I really come and stand here in front?
Please. We want to see you up. Is that Joanna?
I'm Dennis.
No, I want to forget you. Thank you.
Okay, I'm from Transnet. As you all know, Transnet is a company that's working for the government. So we...
You wanted to say something about it?
So we're one of the biggest organizations in South Africa. And I think we one of the companies that registers the most cases in the Free State. Don't think there's anybody else. Just to give you indication, from March last year to April this year, we have registered 200 cases between Bloemfontein and Kroonstad. We have no copper lines left between Kroonstad and Bloemfontein. Now, meaning if I say copper lines, then I mean the overhead cables. There's nothing. Gone. Now they're targeting the signal cables next to the river. They finish with the signal cables. Infrastructure. Can give you an example. I didn't bring a presentation because it's just another bad picture. I'm going to tell you what's happening. Virginia Station. All that's left of Virginia Station, which is serving the community, is just the mirror, the stone walls, the brick walls. That's all that's left there. Yep. Everything else is gone. They busy they said they want to refurbish that station. They changed it, not refurbish, rebuild. 30 million to 35 million for one station to rebuild it. So we're sitting with a lot of problems. Now, I can tell you a long, sad story here, but what I want to tell you is I think the problem starts from the beginning. We're sitting with technicians. He must go to the police official. He goes there, say to the police official, listen, I want to open a case. The police official says to him, insurance or a case? He doesn't know, he says insurance. Okay, no, OB entry. No case. That's part of it. Then you must take the statement. Then the technician phones me, he says, no, they gave me an OB number. I say no. Ask him, you want the cash number. Then the cash number, they change. Now he must take his statement. And I'm not pointing fingers at the police. It's facts here. That police official there doesn't want to really take a statement. So he takes a lot of nonsense. That nonsense goes to the detective. The detective takes it to the NPA. So it's rubbish in, rubbish out. At the end of the day, I'm standing here and I say, julle wil nie julle werk doen nie. But it starts from the ground, upwards and back. That's my opinion that I'm saying here. So, I don't know if you know Crocky. Crocky, who have seen my statements? Have you seen my statements? Sir? Yes. My statements is minimum 15 pages long. Explaining, I'm serious, explaining everything the prosecutor they can tell you. And it's all the cases, I put all the cases in that statement. And then you send it to court. And I've just there on my computer, I can show you now. Henneman, case 100 of 11/2021. We chased the suspects, everything. I've done everything with the police. We got the railway police to assist us. Then they come, they plead guilty on possession. After I've written there, Criminal Matters Amendment Act, they come and plead guilty, the prosecutor accepts it. 3 years imprisonment, which 2 years are suspended for 5 years. What is the use? It makes us negative. Really, I've been here for more than 30 years. I've started with Mr. Goliath. We've been here from way in the beginning. We started together here. It's at the point where you get negative. You don't want to do it anymore. But anyway, we're doing it still. Now, there's a lot of things that I've written down here. From the prosecutor side, from the police. The police indicates, I can show you, I don't know, do you know how the investigators at Transnet works? We carry a copy of the police docket. I don't know if there's any other people that do the same as us. I'm physically the investigator. I've got a docket with my own statements, of my witnesses' statements, everything with me. If you ask me, if you give me a case number now, I can go to my laptop, I can draw you all the statements, everything in there. Now, we assist the police officials. It's my work to assist the police official in his investigation. The police official don't need to run around the whole Transnet searching for statements. He must come to Dennis. It's not happening. It's not happening. Then you do inquiries from the police official. A docket of 2019, and I can show you, I'm not lying. I've requested yesterday and today feedback from the police. The police indicates docket at court from 2017. Then you send the email to Tennyson, to the prosecutor there. You say to him, why is the doctor at court? Then he writes to you, listen, the police are lying. They didn't do their work. The magistrate scratched it from the court roll. He said, you don't want to work? Off it's. You understand what I'm saying? The frustration there. It's regarding, it's everybody that doesn't want to help. And we need to change that attitude. Well, I thought if you're taking pictures of me, it's 50 rand a picture, eh? No, you must pay me. That is some of the problems we're sitting with. The other thing is, as an investigator, you go to the police, you say to the police official, listen, I've written my statement. Here's my statement. Can I have a copy? No. Take out my cell phone. He says you can't do that. I'm dead serious. Now, how must I assist the police investigator and at the end of the day the NPA if I don't have copies of the statements to see what they've written so that I can go and determine the value of the stolen property? It makes it difficult. Now they all hide behind this POPIA Act, say no, we're not allowed to. Now I've spoken to Colonel Leandra Lane, and she said when that statement is placed in the docket and he takes it, then you can't take copies of it. But prior to that, you can take copies. And that's also a struggle for me as an investigator to assist if I don't have the copies of those things. Yes, there were so much things here and I thought, but let me not come and be negative. The other thing is at the end of the day, and I want to find out, really, it's been bugging me. The US State Prosecutor here at the NPA, when you inspect a docket and you write to that police official, obtain identification statements, impact statements, and it's not done, what happens? That's my question, what happens? At the end of the day, that docket must come back to you. And I'm telling you now, the police official's done nothing, and then you get cases like in Tennyson, where the magistrate says, I will nie werk nie, gooi hom uit. And I'm serious, I want to know what's going to happen regarding that, because it's my cases that's been lost. And it lets me look bad as investigator. After all the effort that I've put in there, it's been thrown out. What's happening to that? How do you control that? Then again, I've written in my statements, Criminal Matters Management Act. All the cases, ek is regspatie, the cases, all our cases that's regarding infrastructure, we go and open, we tell them at the police station, put it under this code. What's the code? 2003. We open the cases. Each and every code, the police, no, nothing. Then it comes to the court, they charge him under a general amendment law, theft or possession, and then you get those things. So that's really a problem for us. Then I want to, on a very positive side, there is a person, a warrant officer, that I want to mention here, which I want you to take note. Each and every week is in my office. Warrant officer Engelbreg, he goes by the name Crocky. Yes. That guy is like, he doesn't stop. He will phone me 9 o'clock in the day and say, ek soek môre daai statement asseblief. Crocky, it's 9 o'clock, I don't care, I want it, the prosecutors want it. Then I must take out the laptop and I do it for you. That's really a guy that I want to mention. And there was something else also that I wanted to mention is, who of you guys knows about the cameras that's implemented by the farmers? I'm telling you now, we need to make the farmers part of this. They've got, and I'm not talking about Dr. Jane Bass. I'm talking about the guy that's sitting behind that camera there. We have arrested 2 weeks back, verkeerde vlei. I don't know if you know about verkeerde vlei.
The 3 billion one.
Yes.
Yes.
4.2 tons of copper through the cameras. I think at this stage, Transnet's making the most arrests currently because we in Jeugkriya, you know Jeugkriya, we like this. Here will phone and say, listen Dennis, they're on their way. Then we help each other. So that is something that you must take into consideration, making them part of this. Although they don't want to come and testify in court, but they can assist us with crime also. Okay. That's basically that. I don't want to complain any further. It's just I need your assistance. Really. Train tickets. Put it in writing, I will send it to the Guptas. To say again? That?
This cameraman from farmers.
The farmers.
You say they don't want to come to court. Why?
Basically, so it comes down to they're assisting us, but they don't want to. They don't want the criminals to know where their cameras are. So if they come in court, remember we're working with syndicates here. I think Krokie's case for the High Court, there's about 26.
The Bloemfontein matters.
Yes, all those Bloemfontein matters. I think there's about 26. The last time they were in Brandfort, the one guy from the syndicate stopped, got this white lady advocate. She's coming to represent him. And he was previously arrested. So now he's standing in court, and now the farmers must testify and say, my camera's down, that's my camera, there, this. Some of these cameras, they don't even know about it. I can show you video clips now.
It's fine.
Where
we'll find a way. I suggest that perhaps we can meet with them bilateral.
That's what I was just going to suggest, to say we have to find a way of finding out.
If we don't reveal that kind of information at court, how we can work together.
We're trying to get by saying I received anonymous information.
No. We need to meet with them.
Okay.
Thank you. Thank you very much, Mr. Dennis.
Dennis.
Yes. No. You are actually not criticizing. You are stating the facts. Don't worry and say you have been engaging the stakeholders.
There's something that I forget.
Yes, please.
Very important. Riaz Anwari and Peter. We have the arrangement with them that work perfectly. We will phone them and say, Job, case number this and this, 2 red lines, Transnet on top. Draw that case. He will draw all those dockets and he will handle it.
Remember what he said when he was doing the purpose? He actually indicated, mentioning those 2, to say they were our.
Yeah, but I mean, let's continue that. That was perfect.
Today's meeting, just consultative, we'll have to find a way of resuscitating that without really having Mr. Hanwari and Potida, but having to replace them. You don't have a choice because they are no longer in the NPA. Thank you very much. Let's also go through our program. You see, after Transnet, the council we have indicated is not here. It's not presented. So agriculture is also not here. They've sent the apology. Then we have now coming to second-hand goods. Colonel Shodi, over to you. Thank you very much.
Good morning again, leadership. Good morning. I'm privileged to be saying about my company. I hear people are talking about it. I'm a nurse. And I remember in terms of the Constitution, Section 2, Section 3, I have a mandate. if people are saying police official, I'm one of those, I'm counted among those, and it's heartbreaking because I know the reason why I'm presentation on my, you can go to the next slide, the governance of the
Please raise the voice, Kenneth.
Oh, I'm just going to do the short presentation on the governance, what is guiding me in dealing with my responsibilities, the objectives of the act, the responsibilities mine, and the challenges that I'm having as the compliance officer. Actually, I'm working at provincial office under second-hand goods. All the second-hand goods. If you can check, I gave you this thing. It speaks about the categories of second-hand goods that we are having. And then you'll understand what the responsibilities are. Can you go to the next slide? Those are just my governance. I'm working in terms of Second-Hand Goods Act, and then I'm having regulations, criminal procedure also. I'm having my own national instructions, the SAPS, and then there are also correspondence from the division. The objectives of the Second-Hand Goods Act is to regulate the dealers and recyclers. With that, I'm saying I have to ensure proper registration of the dealers. That is my responsibilities. Not the shoddy when you go to the stations, there are members that are appointed by the provincial commissioner in writing to say this member is dedicated member to deal with second-hand goods that I'm dealing with at provincial office. So that is the proper registration in terms of there are things that must be there. Also, it is indicated on this book. That is why I always issue the books for awareness. To promote ethical standards in the second-hand goods by conducting awareness, implementation of forums. This is part of what I'm doing. I always say my awareness starts where I am presenting. This is part of my awareness. I'm going to report to Eileen an awareness in this meeting by just sending out the pamphlets. And then the third one is to combat trade in stolen goods, where we have to do, I'm not going to talk about the weekly routine compliance inspection. I'll talk about the disruptive operations and the joint operations that I always have with the stakeholders. Before I can move from that one, program director, I want to thank the stakeholders that I'm working with. They are always available. They are just here. I always say they are just here when I need them. And these inspections that I'm dealing with are as good as nothing. These are not big. These are not big. They are not there. And then I'm dealing with compliance inspections like the routine inspection of the week is as good as nothing. It's just waste of state money to be driving around doing compliance inspections. Can you go to the next slide? Provincially we have 111 stations. Out of 111 stations, I'm having 83 police stations that are having dealers in all these categories. But provincially for money, the stats will change, like the strike meter will change. There are those dealers that are closing because of the disruptive operations that we did with the stakeholders. There are those that are saying, because of what we did, the fines that were issued out to me, that are more than 20,000, 35,000, I'm not going to give anymore. I'm canceling it. Those will change. The same applies to the cell phone dealers, communication dealers. We have in provincially close to 214, but they are more than that. They are more than that. If you can check, there's same thing. I went to the district dealing with the presentations just to tell the members that are working in that environment what is it that we have to do in terms of complaints inspections. I even went physically to say, let us go and deal with complaints inspections so that you can see what is happening. So the others are closing, the others are starting to open because the act it will stipulate what to do. Also the connect tires and the tires, there's a lot of questions on there. Now we're having 261, we're having 39, and 6 we're having there. Then our dealers we're having pawn shops and the bookshops, and then the recyclers we're having 101. Remember from the scrap metal, we also have to apply as recyclers because they are attaching the cable. Can you go to the next slide? That is part of what I already spoke about. Conducting compliance inspections, which includes fragmented recyclers communication, conduct operations with the parastatals, communications. ICASA is not here. ICASA is not here. I'm about to check any other criminal activities within the second-hand group. For instance, in the day from ESCO, we spoke about cases that were open and there's this movement. Some of those cases are those that we opened during the operations that we conducted, of which for us as I said. But the only challenge is bail applications, and those people are the moyos, we know of them, all those people, those are the people that we know of. You can go to the next slide. And then we conducting awareness campaigns on registered dealers. Also, what we did last month, and it's also a challenge. What we did last month, we were in feedback, we conducted the inspections, we conducted operations with the stakeholders, and then we realized that there's a lot of them, the backyards. And then in the backyards, there's also copper cable that is there. But the municipality does not want to come to the party. We had to hold a meeting after the operations on the next day. And then just to advise people on what to do, what to get, what are the documents that are needed. But the municipality fixed back, they don't want to come to the party. I don't know what is happening in Peter's Chaba. They also don't want to come to the party, the municipality. Can you go to the next slide? Now coming to the challenges. I spoke the first one that I did not indicate there is the backyards. The second one is identification of cable by municipality, specifically that site. We're having another one that I did not mention here, auctioned cable by CENTLEC. Auctioned cable by CENTLEC to the dealers. There's a whole lot of copper cable that is marked, that is realized of CENTLEC that was sold to other dealers. We went there. When you go there again, they will say no, it is still the same one. And at that time, I'm also with the stakeholder. So I don't know what is that going to happen or what is CENTLEC going to do, because the other challenge that we're having with CENTLEC is a whole lot of it. We went to the short scrap metal. There's a lot of copper cable belonging to CENTLEC. But now the challenge is identification is a problem. Giving identification statement. I said to them, I'm not going to confiscate anything unless there is identification statement. Because that would be an unlawful arrest. If you can go now to the Solon, there is the Democrat knows about it. The Democrat knows about it.
Just before I forget the point, I don't want to interrupt. Transit is having the same problem where we auction the cable off. I'm busy with a project now. We're trying to get our transit engineering department on board to give us a furnace where we can take that copper that is that was recovered or that was stolen and recovered, or arrest was made and the cases has been finalized or it's been recovered. We're going to try and see if we can get it to the Transnet. I think the only thing is we must be registered as a Colonel Leandra Lane said in Hannes, said we must be registered as there's a certain that we must register, then we can melt it. Then what we're going to do is we're going to melt that copper out of its original form into blocks. Then we're selling it off. Maybe that option can then be to the other stakeholders and say, but bring your copper there, for a certain price we melt it for you, and then dan kan ons weer geld maak.
What can be one of our action plans? Because it's a challenge apparently for every entity.
Because the copper cable that is there, that can be identified. There's a whole lot of receipts, the invoices, we watch the CENTLEC, but it is not also only what here in Bloemfontein. Also we have another statement where they say we bought this copper, but you can see it's a new one. It's not the same thing. We took photos previously when we were there, and then when we went back, we said, no, it's the previous one, it's the old one. Even if you can wait, it's not the same. But I don't know what CENTLEC is going to do with that.
Especially for state maker.
I'm thinking about the same thing. The only thing is I didn't want to talk about the name.
That's fine. And I think it's a good thing. Because for me, it's important to know that remember we are auctioning these things once in a year. And it's only June, July. So for the rest of the year, we don't do auctions. So it's good to know that they are covering up these things so that we deal with it. But I will talk to my team and we deal with it. So every auction in CENTLEC, we are not doing it anymore. We are doing once in a year.
Maybe program director, I was also thinking about with the other parastatals to say, can we have a situation where CENTLEC is saying this amount of cable was sold to this person in January, but before the end of January, we don't want to see it. It must be disposed of. How, we don't know. But when the complaints inspection team comes, then we don't want to see it. Because now I want to arrest. Remember, I was in section 2.5. He said, I must arrest, I must do. I'm doing what I'm doing.
I promise you, are going to help you to arrest.
Maybe that will be an advice. I don't know what this guy can do except for that one. Because the same applies to Transnet. We had a similar situation in Henenmai, where the people are saying no, they were auctioned, the others are saying no, this is, we even went to dig up in people's houses because we could see from the streets when we were walking past. I don't know what is the also with Transnet because they will say no, this is an old property of Transnet and all those. Maybe we need to get a solution on how to deal with it. We can go now. It's not and you run like you are not doing what you're supposed to do.
Thank you. There's a hand connected.
I don't know the CEO's influence towards municipalities. I don't know what is your influence there, but if you can get the municipalities to really come to the party, if you can, I don't know how. I'm just thinking, maybe you can tell them, work with this team, because most of the time we find it's municipal property that we confiscate or we get at the scrap dealers. If you can assist us there.
Specifically, and then the other challenge that we're having is the same. I don't want to complain. I want to come with solutions. We have majority of the J5 tokens that were issued out in terms of non-compliance or second and mistake. There's a lot of withdrawals. I have another guy that said to me, is a pawn shop, that said to me in my face, he's from Kenya or Morocco, but he's naturalized South African. He said, I was never found guilty. All my funds were withdrawn in court. And I said, this time I want to issue the funds, I want to see because this is my handwriting. I'm not going to waste my pen and paper to do what I'm doing and then you tell me the story. But what I said to the DS stations, I want to see a situation where they say, but they have started. I want to see a situation where they say, I issued a fine, now the fine is withdrawn. Let them take the fine for the prosecutor to say, Mr. Prosecutor, where is the problem? Where do I rectify so that I can rectify going forth, or the same one must be rectified? Now I'm making the situation of the lady in Bushuku, Sergeant Fandi. She listens. She went to court as we discussed. She spoke to the prosecutor. I just want to see that prosecutor just make it to prosecution. And then the D175s were issued out on 2 defect reports. That person is actually that person is non-compliant, is a repeat offender of compliance, and then the defect reports were never entertained before. But I think we're gonna see a new trend. If all the prosecutors can take from that one and then communicate with us, because we want to see, we want to check what is it that we have to do, what is it that we have to include. Like the Democrat has said, the checklist in terms of the defect reports, because we were at fixed day. There's a lot of them that are dealing without being registered. We issued fines, but I can guarantee you that those fines are going to be withdrawn in court. And they are dealing without being registered. Ordinary or stress also, we're having a situation of a guy. There's a lot of cases that were opened against that guy. But the others, he paid admission of guilt. I think that others, I was told, they were withdrawn in court. But we didn't with it, we're going to deal with it. Because we had to make sure that we take all the DSOs, the people that are dealing with settlement issues from the stations, for a course, while I'm also dealing with in-service training per station. The case dockets of copper cable withdrawn, even if there is identification statement, that is everybody's problem, because I also have a problem as a police official, because the dockets are taken to court, there's no prosecution, there's nothing, and then the cases are withdrawn. But I'm looking forward to see a docket. I was also an investigating officer, I can investigate a docket. I want to see a situation where the prosecutor has given instructions and then the IO does not comply with it. Remember in the combat meeting at Mako, when we were sitting there, the previous meeting, I said to the stakeholders, if you have any problem, just come with it in this meeting. The day the NEC raised a very important thing in that meeting to say there's a docket. I was there, was part of the team. We arrested these people in possession of Translate in Haididao area. The docket, I don't know what happened. I don't want to talk about the docket. But seemingly, the docket was taken to court. I don't know what happened, but the people were released.
The very next day.
The next day. According to me, there was no investigation. Proper investigation was not done. I'm sorry, I'm a police official. But with that information, General Sia said that member must be investigated. There's investigation of that docket. Not only of the docket, DPCI also is involved in that. If you can have those dockets where we say the person was arrested, never appeared in court, case was withdrawn, and the other things, where the person was arrested, confiscation is there. Just reporting that combat meeting, that will be better for us. We'll come and talk to it here, and then we'll talk about
I just want to touch on that very specific docket. The NPA's got a very specific mandate. If there's no case, there's no enrollment. That A1 statement in that specific docket was poor. Luckily for us, that very same docket was then assigned to the very same Engelbrecht that Dennis is referring to. I know you spoke to Advocate Pretorius about that matter. And I can just mention the docket was handed to me yesterday by Engelbrecht. And it's now a total different picture of what was in the A1 statement. So just on the positive side, that matter will be re-enrolled. I'm just out of office tomorrow. By Friday, it's probably going to be a J175 because the case was previously arrested. I just mentioned that at least it came a circle, and thanks to Dennis who did report it to Advocate Pretorius. That is why communication is so important. So the matter will be re-enrolled. I just want to mention that. But thanks for bringing it up. It is important.
Okay, I also want to say something. So, what happened there was what I was saying. Garbage in, garbage out. Yes, it's the guy. Smithy he arrested the guys. There was a huge fight outside. They went to the police. the constable there at the police station, he said, I want to give my A1 statement. I was the person arresting these guys. The constable said, no, it's not necessary.
Yeah.
That's right.
Just listening, my leader, you just listening and hear what is the problem at the stations. And the other one that we're having is this one of unregistered dealers who continue to deal even if they were issued with fines. We're having cell phones that are part of the second increase. We're having foreign nations. I didn't want to say that. We're having foreign nations that are dealing specifically with those cell phones. And they are saying, I was in court, I spoke to the prosecutor. There's another one in Chaba. I spoke to him. He said, I was in court. The prosecutor said it is not necessary for me to apply as a dealer in terms of settlement with state. But I assured him I'm issuing a fine of 5,000 rand. The next time I'm coming to issue another one and then arrest you. And then you go to the same prosecutor and go to the prosecutor because I'm doing what I'm supposed to do in terms of the act. I think that is all, unless my commander, remember I'm not alone here. I also have my commanders. I'm here with Colonel Fati, who is my provincial.
Let's just check with you. You know, in the previous hashtag copper theft for, there was a decision taken. I think we were here at CENTLEC, that a third J534 should be a document.
Yes.
Okay. Yeah. I don't know if that was ever implemented, what effect it had at the time, and all that. If we can check on
it. Was. I remember it was. And then there was some direction, and then it stopped. I remember.
It doesn't matter. I spoke to our legal services, Plan Victory, and then I don't just want to do compliance inspection for complying with the act. I want to deal with it the proper way, because I was looking for a document that is giving direction on or guiding me on how to deal with it, so that when I go to court, I will say, in terms of this, or there was a resolution that was taken on this day, the minutes are here. Remember, I spoke about the minutes. The minutes are here. But there is a divisional directive. I think it's one of 2018. But I'll give it to you because I also emailed it to Colonel Dupree of Legal Service to go through it and then give us a direct guidance on that.
Let's go through that. I'll be happy for that.
Because I think that is guiding us. The only thing is, we'll be going to the stations to say, the first, the second, you arrest. Now where I'm stating, I need a directive. Let me talk to them.
Oh, okay. We will deal with
You understand? This also,
I've
noted you. So as a hand first.
I also want to suggest as a way forward. Perhaps if we can be given an opportunity of going through all those J534s that have been withdrawn, all of them, withdrawn at court. Not necessarily with a view of doing anything or discipline or whatever. For us to learn what could have gone wrong. What measures then do we put in place to avoid this? You know, that is also a key to me, because I know in other offenses where the J534s are used, our main challenge is with regard to the drafting of the J534 itself, which poses a problem to us because we cannot place on the court's roll any defective J534. So let's check at that and see what can we do to make sure that we really have some kind of efficiency in terms of prosecution of the J534s. Let's not discard it completely, the J534s, but let's see how best we can deal with the the J5.
Because I know there was a standard format on how to complete the J534 was distributed to the stations. But when I personally go to the stations, I'll have to ask what is it that is needed? How do I have to complete? Because the prosecutor does not want other documents. Some of the prosecutors are saying this is unnecessary. If you can have that standard again to say this is what is needed, not in terms of this station precinct or district or whatever. That is confusing us because I want to go and work at the station with the team, issue the fines. I don't want to call the members from the station because there's a lot of leaking of information. So I want to do that. And then if that standard format can be implemented again, then we'll...
But that's what I'm saying. Emanating from that exercise, we can then sit with your legal service and say, issue out an amended whatever standing order. As an NPA, we can also issue out a DPP circular that talks to all the prosecutors to say this is how you deal with these cases. And it is on that strength that we can then see how we deal with discipline. That's the only way in which we can do that. So that's my input in so far.
Thank you. One of the action plans so far. Okay,
thank you very much, Program Director. Now I just want to check when coming to this Kenyan forum that you said saving scrapyard. Who is actually issuing the license of scrap metal dealers? Last time we informed that it's the SAPS. So are they doing vetting on those people? What actually is happening there? Because these foreigners are the ones, even around the corner, you've got one who's having a scrapyard here, just around the corner.
Depending on the documents that the person submitted, remember in terms of the Act, some of the foreign nations are having, let me give you an example of the one of Orindalsres. Orindalsres, there is this guy who is dealing, according to him, he's registered, he's a South African. But the main person is a person from, I don't know whether it's Congo or Mogo. I think it's from Congo. He's the main person. But now, when I deal with compliance, I'm not dealing with this person. I'm dealing with the South African. But he's paying all the admission of guilt fines because he's getting money from this person from out of South Africa. Yeah. That is the challenge that we
Okay. Sure. I think it's something that Mr. Mahlok was talking to say we need to look at that. And I've noted you, that Dennis, before you leap has raised the hand. Yes, Lip.
I just want clarity. Maybe I'm not clued up as to your procedures and everything. We all know that copper lands up at all our scrapyards. I know there's big problems in Gauteng, for instance. They will steal here, they will go there, and it is melted and it is sold off. But when you go to a scrapyard, you see this copper lying around there, you will immediately know from your experience that this is belonging to Transnet or CENTLEC, whatever the case might be. Do you then make contact with Transnet to say, listen, there's copper lying here, and can this be linked to an offence, for instance, a theft? Because I know a case was registered, say for instance in Henneman, but now you find it here in Bloemfontein. Is there that communication between police and Transnet, for instance?
Immediately, that is the reason why I'm saying compliance inspection for me is as good as nothing if they're not available. We even have a WhatsApp group so that we can post whatever that he gets when he's in Kimberley or wherever. He posts into the group and then they will react immediately. And then the identification statement will be given. The only problem is our Putadishaba with identification statement from the municipality.
Thank you for that.
Now and then Putadisha.
Let's go to Putas.
Yeah, we need to go to Putas. No. Every now and then Putas. This is the representative from the NPA side. Putadishaba, Mr. Matonzi. He's our regional court control there. Before you, I've noted that here. Yes.
I was about to say, according to the Immigration Act, foreigners are not allowed to take employment and study except it's within a contract for a certain period. Now, if this person is dealing and has got this ownership of doing business in South Africa, also that will note it when we get those questions from immigration, because in the capacity of a contract, even residential status doesn't allow.
According to Second and Goods Act,
okay.
Section 14, disqualifies a person that is not a permanent resident of South Africa to be having tax calculation. Only if he's invested something, I think it's 250,000 rand in South Africa, and then there must be a
Okay, so before you let Martin sound, give you an opportunity. That Dennis has already raised the hand. Yes, that
So now, the next capital visit, we invite the NPA, that they can see what we're dealing with.
Remember, Jack Potker used to accompany them.
Maybe the morning comes doing us.
It's the proposal for the action plan. We'll hear when NPA is doing is presentation, then we'll take it from there. Matons, you wanted to say something?
Yeah. I just want to concede regarding Consultative, we are having many cases where they end up being removed from the road. Because SAPS, I do not know whether there is a problem of communication between SAPS and Maluti Akofu, because mostly it is copper cables. So copper cables, the electricity are being supplied by Maluti Akofu. Consultative and Namahadi police station, they are not effective in investigating these cases. Maybe there's a breakdown between those stations and Maluti Akofu. But there are successes in Consultative. If you go to Tsese police station, I do not know what is it that they are using, but they are the ones currently who knows how to investigate these cases. And that is where we get our successes. In Consultative, I do not know as to what is happening, because we never had a success from Consultative on these cases, and we did not even get to the regional court.
Let me talk about the recent one that I did. You know what I'm doing there? If a member say at the station, I'm having a problem with my municipality, I'll personally go there with the parastatals to go and operate in that area. And I will personally call the person from the municipality to say, can you come and assist? We're having a case that was opened last week. We're in Consultative, we operated in Consultative. We have a recent case where I personally called the demo for who's working at the municipality to say, can you come? I even sent a photo. They said, yes, this is our cable. But nobody came to give a statement until the person was arrested and detained themselves. No, because they said it's theirs. But municipality is not there. Even the previous ones, that is the reason why we had an operation with the station commander. I initiated because there was nothing going on between the municipality and the police.
Proper identification statement.
We can't give up.
We can't give up.
We can't give up. What we need to do, let's arrange a similar kind of a district consultative meeting like this, and let's have COCTA be part of that meeting. I don't know if you are speaking to the people that I saw yesterday in the TV. I don't know. Because I saw people in handcuffs. I don't know.
That's the thing.
But
you are right.
But we can't just leave it there. Let's have a consultative meeting for Consultative. So far we hear that is where the problem is in terms of the whole province.
Thank you. One of the proposed action plan, have a consultative meeting with Putas district now. Yes, Dennis?
I want to say thank you to the Colonel. Since she's been there, we don't do monthly, we do weekly. Keep up the good work.
Thank you very much, Kenna. Thank you for a detailed presentation, and I've then started seeing a very active engagement. That's very good. I'm very much impressed to see that at least people are listening attentively so to the presenter so that they can be able to engage. You also need to add something from what Kenneth has presented.
Actually, it's just a concern, Director. There are cases where Mr. Dennis indicated, but I think it was also highlighted in the combat meeting, where he says the magistrate just said the police did not want to work. I'm very concerned with that. I will need those kind of cases because we had to deal at that point. You are not only dealing with departmental cases, you are also dealing with not a person not doing her job, his or her job. So if we can just get those cases, those people are not only going to be charged criminal, departmentally, they will also be charged criminally because it is a defeat in the end of justice. What the prosecutor wrote there that they must do and then they are not doing it. We have to act on it.
Thank you very much. I don't want to make a mistake if you get to the rank. It's Colonel and you?
Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel.
Lieutenant Colonel and Colonel. Yeah. It's better in that way. Colonel Senior, thank you very much. Ladies and gentlemen, I'm just being informed that, but let's first go through our program. We'll see that agriculture is not here. Okay? They did not join us. ICASA is also not here. Okay? Organized crime brigadier Mkhawulezi is also not here. Did we get an apology from his side? And apparently there are a lot of issues regarding investigations here.
No apology, but when I was here in the meeting, I got an apology of mixed up dates from DPCI.
Oh, okay.
Not organized crime.
Not organized.
DPCI.
So Brigadier Mafoyani, DPCI is also not here.
Yeah.
Okay.
He mixed up the
Thank
dates.
you. So meaning we are just going to go to the presentation by NPA, but I'm just being informed that lunch is ready. Let's break for lunch. It's now 1:15. Lunch was given for 45 minutes. Okay. We're coming back 2 o'clock.
Thank you.
Coming back 2 o'clock. Quarter to 2? Okay, if that is going to be possible, it's fine. Coming back quarter to 2, let's now have our lunch. I think it's still, where Entertainment Kota is at the same kitchen where we had our breakfast this morning.
Yes.
Thank you very much. And then we come. I see not everyone has just signed the attendance register. Please ensure that your name appears on the attendance register. Otherwise, I'm going to report you.